The moment I bolted upright in bed, I realized my clothes were soaked with sweat. This wasn't just a dream. I checked again. The screen of my phone lit up, and the date displayed was July 1st, 2055. In my previous life, I had died exactly 1 month after the apocalypse began. Now, that fateful month hadn't yet arrived. I had been reborn. With the harrowing memories of being butchered alive still fresh in my mind, I was alive again. I walked into the kitchen, grabbed a can of ice-cold cola, downed it in one go, and stood in front of the fridge. Staring at the can in my hand, I slowly crushed it until it was flattened. Every lie Zhao Lily told me came back crystal clear, like they were etched into my mind with a blade. I sold the old house my late parents left me, took their accident compensation money, nearly 4 million yuan, and put it all into a down payment for a unit in the new district of Happy Community. Not for myself, though. It was for Zhao Digang as the deposit for his marital home. Zhao Lily had convinced me. She'd said that on a drunken night. We had slept together, and the child was mine. A month later, she showed up with an ultrasound report and claimed the baby needed a family. I believed her. Honest people always believe things like that. The life I lived after that, I'd rather not remember. Cooking, washing dishes, taking out trash, hand-washing their socks. Every penny of my wages went to them. And on top of that, I had to endure ridicule and sneers from Zhao Digang and his girlfriend, who sarcastically reminded me that I was only a guest in their house and I better know my place. I put up with everything, all for the sake of that unborn child. And then the Great Freeze hit. The apocalypse arrived without any warning. For most people, anyway. A gamma ray burst from 6,000 light-years away collided with Earth's atmosphere, blocking out nearly all of the sun's infrared radiation. Planet Blue's temperature plummeted catastrophically. Daytime temperatures dropped to -60 or 70 degrees, and at night, it would get as cold as -100. Snow piled up relentlessly, eventually reaching the 4th floor of most buildings. The entire city was buried alive. Then, the food ran out. About a month after that, Zhao Dafeng ambushed me when I returned from digging through the snow. He knocked me out with a club. When I woke up, Zhao Digang had tied me up. They didn't kill me right away. They kept me alive, slicing off bits of me to trade with neighbors for supplies. This went on for 3 agonizing days. During that time, Zhao Lily admitted that we hadn't done anything on that drunken night. The child wasn't mine. And that's how I died in my previous life. A slow, excruciating death, fully conscious until the very end. When I finally closed my eyes, the next moment I opened them, I was back on this old bed. I tossed the crumpled soda can into the trash and sat down on the sofa in the living room, forcing myself to suppress the violent urges boiling inside me. I had thought about making those people suffer, thought about it in painstaking detail. But I knew better than anyone, revenge could come later. Surviving was the first priority. Living well, thriving, that was even more crucial. After the Great Freeze, food, warm clothing, a safe place to hide, and mental endurance. These were all lessons I'd paid the ultimate price to learn in my previous life. The problem was all of it required money. A lot of money. 4 million yuan seemed like a decent amount, but it was nowhere near enough to prepare for the apocalypse to the extent I wanted. I stared at the ceiling and suddenly sat upright. It's early July now, and the World Cup is currently underway. In my previous life, I used to bet on matches through overseas platforms. I was terrible at it, lost way more than I won. A textbook case of a sucker. That's because I didn't know the outcomes. But now I do. I remember almost every match result, every score. Clear as day, as if they were carved into my brain. There's a full month before the apocalypse begins. A month, with the World Cup entering its final stages. That's a lot of games. For the first time, I felt a genuine smile tugging at my lips. Not the kind of mad grin born from crawling out of hell, but a calm, cool smile as if I had meticulously mapped out my next moves. Money wouldn't be a problem. As I mulled over this, something strange happened. The ashtray on the coffee table disappeared. I thought about it, and it came back. I stared at my right hand, silent for a few seconds. I had already accepted the fact that I'd been reborn. But this unexpected ability flipped my entire plan on its head, not because my original plan failed, but because it suddenly felt too limited in scope. An endless spatial dimension where time stood still. Anything I put inside remained preserved exactly as it was. No expiration dates, no spoilage, no limits. Anything I could store, I could keep forever. My original plan for stockpiling supplies was sound, but too slow and nowhere near the scale I now realized I could achieve. Things were different now. In the eastern part of Tianhai City, there's a massive Walmart distribution center that spans over 2 million square feet. It's stocked with everything imaginable: food, medical supplies, household items, tools, you name it. The quantities are staggering, beyond anything one person can comprehend. Near the warehouse, there's also a bustling seaport with massive amounts of goods waiting to be shipped out daily. These items were originally destined to be exported. I know what happens the day before the apocalypse. The gamma ray burst hits Earth, causing a global electronics failure. A complete blackout lasting an entire day. No surveillance, no alarms, no communication. That day would be my perfect window of opportunity. Everything in those warehouses and the port, every last item, would be mine. While everyone else assumed it was the calm before the storm, I knew it was the most critical 24 hours in my entire plan. Even the financial part wasn't complicated. Mortgage the property, max out every available loan. Once the apocalypse hits, creditors wouldn't be able to find me, and I wouldn't need to pay them back anyway. With the seed money I'd raise, and with every single World Cup result seared into my memory, I could bet on 5 or 6 matches. Bring in billions. Enough to build a truly impenetrable fortress. Once the plan clicked into place in my mind, I lit a cigarette and exhaled the smoke slowly. I didn't move. I just sat there, quietly finishing the cigarette. In my previous life, during the first month of the apocalypse, I had gnawed on moldy crackers in the freezing wind, drank stagnant water from construction sites, and curled into a ball in abandoned basements. I survived like that, barely holding on. But this time, a lingering hint of warmth carried me through night after night. Being reborn gave me a chance to start over, yet some feelings, well, they don't disappear just because you erase your memories. What I wanted most right now wasn't rushing to the bank or immediately gathering funds. No, first, I needed a meal. A real, hot, worry-free meal for once. The Hailong Grand Hotel, the most expensive place in Tianhai City. Tossing my keys to the valet, I stepped into the lobby. On the 8th floor, by the window of the restaurant, sunlight poured over the white tablecloths, dazzling to the eyes. A waitress in professional attire stood nearby, slightly bending at the waist, greeting me with a polite smile and asking if I needed any recommendations. I waved her off casually, glanced over the menu, then began rattling off dishes: blue lobster, king crab, abalone, imperial crab, star garupa, geoduck clam, wild yellow croaker, Buddha jumps over the wall soup. One after another, naming over 10 dishes in one breath. The waitress froze, holding her ordering device, softly asking, "Yes, sir, just for you alone? I've got a big appetite. Serve it fast." She didn't press further, quickly jotted it all down, and left quietly. Leaning back in my chair, I stared out at the bustling street below, bathed in sunlight. Cars came and went, and the sound of life buzzed energetically. Everything looked so normal, so peaceful. I didn't need to imagine what this place would be like a month later. I'd already seen it with my own eyes. It was precisely because I had seen it that I knew how much this meal meant right now, how deeply I needed to cherish it. The bill for this meal came to over 200,000 yuan. 20 grand, just for food. No booze. I've got things to do in the afternoon. The dishes kept coming in waves, so many that they had to switch to a large 10-person round table just to fit it all. I ignored the murmurs and side eyes from nearby diners, focused solely on shoveling the feast into my mouth. I even overheard someone mutter something about me being a tasteless, nouveau riche hillbilly, but I couldn't care less. These people had no idea where I had just come back from. In the apocalypse, people would grovel and beg for a moldy piece of bread, surviving there for a whole month, only to return here and sit before a table overflowing with food. Honestly, keeping up appearances was the last thing on my mind. As I was neck-deep in my meal, 2 women entered the restaurant. Both were groomed to perfection. One wore black stockings, the other flaunted bare legs. With the right lighting and makeup, they were solid 80 out of 100 types. They sat down and ordered the cheapest desserts from the menu. But before tasting a bite, they spent more time snapping countless photos with their phones. I didn't pay attention to them. until one of them noticed me in the frame while reviewing her selfies. Coco, isn't that Lu Feng? Lu Feng? Who's that? That guy Zhao Lily was dating. The two exchanged a glance before setting their sights on the banquet in front of me for an uncomfortably long time. You didn't have to be a genius to guess their thought process. They came here trolling for men, tall, handsome, and rich. The guy sitting right here checked all their boxes. Good looks, big spender, dining alone without Zhao Lily in sight? That relationship wasn't necessarily rock solid. Maybe we've got a shot at this. Worst case, we score a free meal. Let's do it. With a sway in their hips, they strutted their way over. Lou, one of them cooed, "May we sit?" Just as she spoke, I lifted my head. The bright white glare of Coco's chest filled my vision immediately. Reacting quickly, I leaned far back in my chair. "Keep your distance," I said evenly. "Overexposure makes me dizzy." Coco froze for a split second before forcing out a coy laugh, her tone deliberately teasing. "Oh, stop it." I studied them both again. My tone remained calm. "You ladies know me? We're Zhao Lily's friends," Coco said, flipping her hair and leaning just slightly forward. "She's mentioned you before and even showed us photos." Hearing that name made my eyes darken for a moment. Zhao Lily. I murmured, letting the syllables roll off my tongue with no discernible emotion, then asked, "And why are you two here?" Coco toyed with her hair, leaning even closer. "Just wanted to say hi, nothing more." Watching her posture, I chuckled to myself. "Friends of a girlfriend, huh? Yeah, right. More like frenemies." Another word popped into my head. Frenemy. Enemies disguised as friends. They might just happen to be exactly what I needed right now. I raised a hand, beckoning Coco to come closer. "Come here." When Yangmi woke up, she found herself inside a hotel suite, bundled under the covers, clothes scattered all over the room. This kind of scene would shake anyone to their core. And as a public figure, she understood that, should this get out, there would be dire consequences. No need to calculate the cost. It wasn't worth it. Her eyes flicked upwards, locking onto a tall, unfamiliar man fastening his shirt with utter composure, as though none of this fazed him in the slightest. She panicked, threatening to call the police. I didn't even turn around, just casually waved my phone in her direction. "Go ahead. Call them. Unlike me, you have everything to lose. I'm just a nobody, but you're the superstar. Think before you act." On the phone was a video. A full, unbroken recording of everything. Yangmi froze in shock. Her instincts screamed to grab the phone. I didn't stop her, carelessly tossing it onto the bed for her. "Go ahead, look for yourself." In the video, the one making the moves was her. This wasn't some trap of mine, but quite the opposite. Last night, she had been drugged, and I was the one who dragged her out of that situation and brought her here. The recording? That wasn't blackmail material, it was insurance. These days, all it takes is an "I stopped consenting" to ruin someone's entire life. I wasn't about to leave any gaps in my own defense. She deleted the footage and instinctively raised the phone, prepared to smash it to pieces. Swiftly stepping in, I snatched the phone back before she could throw it, my expression veering into deadpan territory. "I've got backups. Oh, and that phone's brand new. If you break it, you're paying me back." Yangmi clenched her knees to her chest, seething, her voice trembling between anger and tears. I glanced at her dispassionately, didn't offer a comforting word, and headed toward the door. Bigger concerns demanded my attention. Securing that loan had been delayed long enough, and the world outside wasn't exactly going to wait. At the door, I paused, tossing one last remark over my shoulder in an almost lazy tone. "Oh, by the way, you might want to think back carefully. Exactly what kind of setting did you find yourself in last night?" Before she could respond, I hung up on the entire conversation, leaving her to her thoughts. That brief episode, I was done with it. And whatever fragile bond this was supposed to be, well, it ended here. No arguments, no explanation, not even a moment of hesitation. Zhao Lily was still at the sales office waiting for me to make a payment. Meanwhile, I was already seated in the driver's seat in the parking lot, starting the car. For dog cages, I fished out my phone and called Lao Pan, a longtime acquaintance. In just a few sentences, I explained what I needed and hung up without elaborating. What was it for? I didn't clarify. There was no rush. Before the end of the world arrived, I still had plenty of time to prepare. That phrase, end of the world. Let's pause there. I know something that others don't. That knowledge is the root of my sudden change in behavior these past few weeks. To put it simply, I'm working against a ticking clock, while Zhao Lily and her family still think they're holding a golden ticket to a lifetime of security. Inside the sales office, the Zhao family was busy checking out houses. Zhao Lily, her pregnant belly showing prominently, stared at her phone after the call abruptly ended. She froze for a few seconds. And then, instead of panic, anger took over. She turned the situation over in her mind and came to a conclusion. I was trying to turn the tables. I wanted to use the child against her, to force her into submission. This assumption made her laugh. He's just a pushover. He'll always be my puppet, she said. Her mother, Huang Guifan, hurried her along, reminding her that once they decided on a house, I could be summoned to pay. If the money ran short, Huang added, I could just sell a kidney. She said it seriously, not as a joke. Zhao Lily's younger brother, Zhao Digang, nodded in agreement, mentioning how his girlfriend refused to marry him without a house. The underlying message? Every single penny was non-negotiable. Zhao Lily hunched her shoulders slightly and muttered, Got it. But internally, she was formulating a different plan. The kidney idea, it actually seemed feasible to her. Once her brother's house was bought, all I'd have left would be my salary, most of which would go to mortgage payments. Since I worked a desk job, selling one kidney wouldn't interfere with anything. When the baby was born, she figured, she could just waive the child's future as an excuse to keep my kidney sale under wraps. As for other matters, her smile curled mischievously as she thought of something, or perhaps someone. She was calculating her moves carefully, without a hint of guilt. The baby's father? Even she wasn't sure who it was. But as long as I didn't know, that was enough. She drafted a text message and sent it. Buy me the latest LV bag. $3,000, or you'll lose me and the baby. She thought the message would send me into a frenzy of panic, just like in the past when one glance from her would make me fold instantly. I glanced at the screen, gave a cold laugh, and deleted the message. Then I scrolled through my contact list and tapped the name at the very top. AAA Bank Lending, Yulu. This was a number I had saved on the day my settlement money came through. Back when I was broke, all attempts to get a car loan were shot down by the bank. But the moment my account balance swelled, promotional text messages came flooding in. Opening the chat, I started typing. I was setting up a plan, though the full picture wasn't clear yet. But the dog cages were ordered. The ties holding me back were severed. The money was still in my possession, and I knew more than anyone how little time I had left to prepare. When I walked into the VIP room, I had already scoped out Yulu's background. She wore a professional blazer and black framed glasses. Her figure was striking, but her eyes betrayed the eagerness of someone new to the job. Her tone was overly enthusiastic, her movements too perfectly polished, and her smile carried the unmistakable mark of practice. She wasn't a seasoned player in the game. She was the type desperate to make her mark. I leaned back on the leather sofa, casually crossing my legs. Lighting a cigarette, I remarked, "A loan officer, handling clients in a VIP room?" Her smile faltered momentarily as she slid the paperwork over without answering directly. No answer was needed. I had already pieced it together. She had connections. This worked in my favor. She needed results, and I needed cash. Both sides had pressing motives, so negotiations would be straightforward. I pushed the title deed toward her without letting her say much. She glanced at it and cited the standard valuation, $2 million for the property, with a maximum loan of $1.4 million. A fair calculation. I tapped the table lightly and cut to the chase. Flat offer, $5 million. I need it in my account by tomorrow. Yulu froze, as if she hadn't heard me right. I didn't give her time to recover. You need this deal just as much as I do, I added. Stop beating around the bush. Cornered, she left the room to make a call. The door didn't close all the way, so I heard the entire conversation. On the other end was her father, the bank manager. He was initially against the idea, fell silent, and then softened as Yulu switched to a tone sweet enough to melt anyone's resistance. It didn't take long for him to agree. I puffed on my cigarette, my demeanor calmer than hers. Truth be told, the $5 million figure had been a shot in the dark. I hadn't expected that kind of payout. The depth of her connections even left me a little stunned. Once the paperwork was finalized, I got back into my car. My phone buzzed. A notification appeared from the bank. $5 million transferred. My current balance now sat at over $7.24 million. 2 transactions later, and the game had completely changed from how it looked 3 days ago. At that moment, a message from Cece popped up, accompanied by a playful emoji. Mission accomplished. She followed it with screenshots, dialogues between her and Zhao Lily. Upon hearing that I had been seen dining with Zhao Lily's nemesis and overhearing something about damaged stockings, Zhao Lily lost her composure entirely. The vulgar outburst in her messages couldn't have been more telling of her unraveling. I flipped through the screenshots and casually sent Cece a $750 digital red envelope. Nice work. With the funds secured and Zhao Lily's weakness in hand, I was finally getting control of the board. But Cece still wasn't finished. Another screenshot began sending through. 3 days ago, I had just shy of 7 million. Now, my account balance at Rushmore Bank stopped at an eye-popping 2 billion. I stared at that number, heart steady as if it belonged to someone else entirely. Knowing the result is one thing, but seeing the balance in your account multiply tenfold in real time is a whole different feeling. It's not a surprise, it's confirmation. Confirmation that I was on the right path, and that everything I had planned could now start to fall into place, one step at a time. I holed up for 3 whole days in the presidential suite of the Hailong Hotel. I didn't go back to my dingy little apartment, and I had no intention of going back. Zhao Lily's rental lease was ending in a few days, and with her measly salary, there was no way she could come up with the missing $5,000 per quarter. She'd inevitably come looking for me for help, but I didn't want to waste my time entertaining nonsense. So, I didn't even give her the chance. I blocked her on WeChat and muted her calls, completely ignoring her existence. Of course, I didn't leave her completely high and dry. Out of courtesy, I sent a small cash gift to her best friend, Coco, and made sure Coco would show it to Zhao Lily. I didn't check Zhao's direct response. I saw it through the screenshots Coco sent me, which were filled with furious insults, each message harsher than the last. After glancing through, I smirked, muted her number completely, and refocused all my energy on betting on the World Cup. Over those 3 days, though, one unexpected piece of drama unfolded. China's A-list actress, Yang Mi, was exposed in a scandal involving infidelity. Paparazzi had photos of her entering the Hailong Hotel with a man who clearly wasn't her husband. The story, complete with photographic proof, shot straight to the top of national trending lists. When I saw the first wave of reactions, I calmly clicked my tongue and muttered to myself, well, this is not as juicy as they made it sound. I soon found myself caught up in a never-ending online debate about the issue in the comments section. After 300 rounds of arguments, I admitted defeat and gave up. Luckily, once the World Cup results came in, that minor online humiliation quickly faded from my mind. Now, with 2 billion yuan in my pocket, it was time to make my next move. My first goal, the sales center in the new development of Happiness Community. This new development was a key project for Tianhai City, practically touching the old neighborhood where I used to live. Only a small gate separated the two areas. The prices for the king units in this development were sky-high, unattainable for most average people. But my interest wasn't just about the price, it was also about the people. Many of my former neighbors, the ones who had once bought meat from my small stall, ridiculed me, or kicked me while I was down, still lived nearby. Buying the priciest unit in the new area would essentially plant my flag right under their noses. I wanted them to watch every second of my transformation. When I arrived at the sales center, it was pretty quiet. Most of the staff seemed to have gone out for lunch. Sitting at the front desk was a short, stocky guy with a face full of acne who barely glanced at me, his eyes glued to his phone. When he finally noticed me, he swept me with a quick, uninterested look, probably noting my plain, unassuming attire, and lazily told me to go browse the floor plans on the side. I didn't move. Instead, I voiced my intention directly. I want to see the king unit. The guy froze for a moment. Then his expression shifted to slight disdain. You'll need a financial verification to view that unit, he said, his voice dripping with doubt. I didn't bother wasting my breath. I pulled out my phone and slid it across the desk, showing the balance page from my Razor bank account. The guy stared at the long string of zeros. Strangely, he didn't even seem surprised. Instead, he chuckled, and it wasn't the friendly kind of laugh. It was oozing with mockery. Dude, if you're trying to fake it, at least use a local app. This isn't English. Do you think I've never seen a bank app before? He had already pegged me as one of those young, broke guys who talked big and came to gawk at homes they couldn't afford. From his perspective, calling out my bluff immediately would save him time and effort. I didn't respond right away. I just withdrew the phone, taking another careful look at him. This guy, whose badge read Zhang Bao, wasn't exactly worth analyzing. He was just a slacker sales rep killing time at the front desk, playing mobile games, and not even bothering to stand up to greet clients. Tossing me toward the floor plans without a second glance was predictable. He had decided I was poor. Plain and simple. His reasoning? I hadn't handed over an official asset verification, just a mobile phone screen. Zhang Bao didn't even bother inspecting the app thoroughly. He dismissed it outright as a fake screenshot and waved me off without hesitation. That wasn't industry expertise. That was just laziness. Shortly after, Lu Qingqing, another sales agent, was called back to the floor by her colleagues. She had just finished lunch and walked in, her heels clicking sharply against the tiles. Zhang Bao immediately sidled up to her, bragging about how he'd caught me, a wannabe customer, trying to trick him with a fake online bank screenshot. His tone held the kind of self-congratulating arrogance you'd expect from someone who thought he was too clever for his job. Lu Qingqing nodded politely, dismissed Zhang Bao to grab his lunch break, and approached me with a respectful attitude. "Sir, may I please verify your financial statement?" she asked, her tone professional and composed. Calmly, I handed her my phone. The moment Lu Qingqing looked at the screen, her hand froze midair. It was the live balance interface of my Razor bank account, not a screenshot. She confirmed it instinctively by scrolling up and down. Then she started counting the zeros. 2 billion. Cash flow. 2 billion yuan. Without realizing it, she repeated the number aloud, her voice trembling slightly. In all her years in the industry, she had encountered her fair share of wealthy clients, but usually those with fixed assets, not actual liquid cash of this magnitude. Selling that King unit would net her a personal commission of 500,000 to 600,000 yuan. Her face flushed with excitement as she eagerly gestured for me to follow, her tone now brimming with genuine enthusiasm. Zhang Bao, who had just stepped out, caught Lu Qingqing's audible gasp as she read the number aloud. He froze mid-step, turned back, and asked a nearby colleague what had happened. The young woman nearby, Xiao Yu, glanced enviously towards the VIP seating area and said, "That guy you turned away, the good-looking one? He's got 2 billion in his bank account." Zhang Bao stood there, dumbstruck, his lips twitching as he tried, and failed, to process the moment. And then, shamelessly brushing off his earlier attitude, he scurried into the VIP area with a forced grin plastered on his face. The tone was filled with disgust, without even a hint of subtle contempt. "Looking like this, you even dare to be seen in public? Did you even shower? You smell so foul it's making me gag. Get out of my sight as quickly as possible." Lu Qingqing let out a laugh. I was left crouching there, watching the two of them walk out of the meeting area. My face couldn't have looked worse. A patrol car pulled up at the entrance, and Lu Qingqing insisted on driving herself. She didn't trust anyone else. As she settled into the driver's seat, she suddenly remembered something. She told Lu Feng to wait a moment as she ran back to grab something she'd forgotten. It wasn't long before she returned. Lu Feng was sitting in the passenger seat, looking down at his phone. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of something new. On her thighs was a pair of patterned black tights. The car started up and drove toward the area known as the Building King. For kids who grew up in the old neighborhood, very few ever looked back once they left. Lu Feng, however, did take a look, but only by sitting in the patrol car, glancing through the window with an expression utterly devoid of emotion. A few elderly committee members standing by the roadside recognized him and began pointing and gossiping. They weren't loud, but they didn't try to lower their voices, either. Words like "after that compensation money" and "young people these days are so reckless" were pieced together, painting a clear narrative. Lu Feng didn't even blink. These people had scammed plenty during the apocalypse, leveraging their committee positions. A few of them had even bought meat from him back then. Now he was buying a house in the new district. It had nothing to do with them. The number 8 building, sitting at the heart of a prime housing complex, was known in the industry as the Building King. Saleswoman Lu Qingqing led him into the elevator, pressing the button for the 38th floor while firing off data points like she had memorized a script. 1,088 square meters, a living room ceiling height of 8.4 meters, a 3-story duplex design, 10 bedrooms, 5 living rooms, 9 bathrooms, and a rooftop terrace with a 50-meter standard swimming pool. Designed to withstand level 12 earthquakes and level 25 typhoons. She delivered the stats effortlessly, like someone who'd recited them 100 times over. Lu Feng sat silently on the plush leather sofa, listening without interrupting or showing any expression. After seeing the rooftop terrace, he stood on the edge, scanning the surrounding area. The tallest nearby buildings only reached the 33rd floor. Standing on this 38th floor king, it truly felt like standing above the rest, with a commanding view of everything around. He lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and turned his head slightly to say 4 simple words, "I'll take it." For a moment, Lu Qingqing froze, needing to confirm he was talking about the entire Building King unit. When the realization hit, her excitement was visible. Her face flushed red, and she darted into the bar restroom for almost 15 minutes before emerging, still rosy-cheeked. The contract was handed over with trembling hands. Lu Feng skimmed a few pages and mentioned casually, "All my money is in Ruishi Bank." A man from the old district, now signing a contract for the priciest property in the new district, a 200 million yuan transaction, and his tone was as casual as discussing tomorrow's weather. Lu Qingqing sweetly responded, saying the company could assist with the transfer procedures. Just before his pen touched the paper, 88,888,000. It was just a number to Lu Feng. Having been reborn, he knew better than anyone else that when the apocalypse came, money would be worthless, even less valuable than a rag to clean shoes with. The only thing that mattered was converting it now into tangible resources and secure bases that could hold up when it counted. With the contract signed, the money transferred, and the paperwork entirely handled by Lu Qingqing, there was no need for him to show up again. The sales director was clearly a smart woman. Once the funds were confirmed, her attitude shifted immediately. She had been in this industry for years and could read clients like an open book. Lu Feng didn't care to point it out, and she didn't bother hiding it. After years of waiting for the right target, she finally found one worth her time. She didn't mind the trade-off. Lu Feng didn't form any particular opinion of her. But internally, he couldn't help reflecting. Money, truly, is a switch. Historically, male peacocks were the ones to flaunt their feathers, but with enough money, even female peacocks spread their plumage. As for what happened after that, he didn't refuse. Ever since his reincarnation, he had come to terms with one thing. Closing his heart to love was his truth, but he wasn't about to deny his basic human needs. The door to his emotions might remain firmly closed, but other doors could stay ajar. He transferred 10 million as compensation. When she claimed it wasn't about the money, he waved off the comment, declining to engage. Whether she cared about the money or not, it didn't matter to him, as long as she took it and didn't make a fuss. The keys and ownership access were delivered on the spot, with any remaining transfer procedures left to the company to handle. Leaving the property, Lu Feng got into his car, setting his sights on a completely different matter. This was the real purpose of his day. Tiandun Security, a world-class private security firm, specializing in services for the wealthy and elite. They offered one unique service: customized high-level security shelters. Their highest-tier packages were rumored to withstand even the most extreme scenarios. That was exactly what Lu Feng needed. The luxury property he had just bought, what it would ultimately become, only he knew. Sitting in Tiandun Security's lounge with a cup of Dahong Pao tea in hand, Lu Feng appeared calm. Opposite him, Zhao Long assumed he was dealing with a large but otherwise routine order, an apocalypse-grade secure shelter, top-tier materials, starting at millions. But what Zhao Long didn't know was that the man sitting across from him wasn't just spending money to buy a sense of security. He was using foresight to minimize the cost of the next disaster. Lu Feng had been reborn. He knew exactly when the apocalypse would arrive, the devastation it would wreak on the city, and, perhaps most painfully, that no one would ever believe him if he said it out loud. So he didn't bother explaining. He simply acted. A 1,088 square meter duplex on the 38th floor with a rooftop terrace. In the eyes of others, such a place was high risk. Too elevated, no cover, and if utilities like power and heating failed, it would be a death trap. My first thought was the usual. Aren't secure shelters usually built underground? Why was I choosing the top floor? But my choice wasn't without reason. Elevation meant visibility, meant that most threats would come from below, and meant that while I could survey the surrounding landscape, others wouldn't see me. I slid the building's architectural plans across the table and stated 4 requirements. The exterior walls should use the highest quality materials, and the glass should encase the entire structure, designed to withstand extreme wind and cold. An independent heating system detached from the main building structure, password-protected doors for each floor and every room, all under my control, a complete no-blind spot surveillance system with hidden cameras in the hallways. The first 3 requirements didn't elicit much reaction from Zhao Long. He'd seen plenty of doomsday-level renovations before. What threw him off was the second item, an independent energy system. There just wasn't any storage space for fuel on the top floor. This was a physical constraint, not something money alone could solve. Hesitating, Zhao Long suggested a few tentative solutions, subtly implying that it might not be doable. I only said one thing. Don't worry about the energy supply. Just give me the best solution. Zhao Long paused, then cautiously described a solution he believed was theoretically the best, but practically very difficult to implement. A small thermal power generator that could provide both electricity and heat. The exhaust needed to run through a chimney straight from the bottom to the top, protected by a reinforced steel mesh, sharp blades, and electric barriers in a triple-layer design. Anything trying to invade would have to get through this entire setup first. The only drawback, this system needed a massive amount of coal, far more than the top floor could store. I slapped the table. This one, we're doing this. Zhao Long opened his mouth to respond, but then shut it again. He couldn't figure out how I intended to deal with the storage problem, but one thing was clear, my money was real. I grabbed the pricing tablet he handed over without even glancing at the costs. I selected the premium option for every single item. I had my secret weapon, a storage space large enough to hold as much coal as this system would ever need. It was something Zhao Long could never even imagine. However, even though I was pouring money into this safe house, there were still loose ends to tie up. This chapter's title says it all. Before my rebirth, they stepped on me. After my rebirth, should I let them step on me again? The moment I finalized the renovations, trouble was already brewing. I dropped 80 million on a high-end escape pod and didn't bother negotiating the price. I just said, bring me one. This wasn't about flaunting wealth. I'd done the calculations. I knew something no one else did. The clock was ticking. I remembered the exact date the icebound apocalypse would descend. So, when the sales manager mentioned a 1-month production time, I didn't hesitate to pay an additional billion to cut it down to 20 days. Spending more was worth it if it ensured I'd have everything ready before the world turned upside down. The spherical escape pod was a nice bonus. 3 meters by 3 meters, it had a triple-layer design, an outer shell of cutting-edge reinforced steel, a middle layer of flexible anti-radiation cushioning, and an inner layer with a secured safety seat. The sales pitch was simple. Even if the planet exploded, as long as you stocked enough oxygen tanks, this thing could keep you alive in space for a while. My only thought at the time was, perfect. Toss this into my storage space. If I ever run into something I just can't face head-on, I'll jump inside and at least save my life. That day at Skydome Corporation, I finalized nearly 1.3 billion in purchases, escape pods, renovations, medication worth 20 million, and 500,000 tons of coal powder. I transferred the down payment on the spot, with the remaining balance scheduled for settlement 3 months later. Zhao Long couldn't stop grinning, his mind occupied with just how fat this commission check was going to be. What he didn't know was that no one would likely be around to collect the final payment. I couldn't blatantly throw the medication and coal straight into my storage space. That would defy all logical explanation. My plan was to rent an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city, have all the goods delivered there, and then discreetly transfer them into storage like any normal person would. For now, I intended to navigate this world without exposing its hidden rules, at least until the apocalypse hit. Until then, I needed to keep playing the part of an ordinary person. After dealing with all that, I had one last matter to take care of, returning to my company to pick up a few things. It wasn't really just about gathering my belongings. I'd worked at that company for a few years, and before my rebirth, there was a woman who had constantly pushed me down. Her name was Cheng-ying. Born into a privileged family, she was my direct supervisor. Her competence was debatable, but her looks were indisputable. Among every man in the company, not one could resist stealing a few extra glances at her. The sleazy guy sitting next to my workstation once took his obsession to disgusting levels. I'd stumbled upon him in the restroom mid-act. The mental image still made me cringe. When Cheng-ying saw me enter the office that day, she immediately snapped, "You've been AWOL for 2 days. Write up your resignation letter and get out." There was no room for negotiation in her tone. Once, that kind of declaration would have crushed me. Back then, I had elderly parents to care for, a young child to raise, and a brother-in-law waiting for me to help him buy a house. Losing that 10,000 yuan a month job without warning wasn't an option for someone in my position. But now, I stood up, grabbed my personal belongings from my desk, and walked toward Cheng-ying's office. My coworkers assumed I was going to beg for leniency. They all gave me that "good luck, you'll need it" expression. No one spoke up for me, but no one gloated either. Everyone feared they might be her next target. I pushed her door open without knocking. Striding in, I casually dropped into the chair across from her. Cheng-ying froze for a moment, then sneered. "So, have you prepared your resignation letter?" She assumed my confidence came from me resigning on my own terms. I didn't rush to answer. I took a closer look at the woman sitting before me, her expression cold and condescending. Her flawless makeup, her light gray suit paired with a white blouse, and her casually crossed legs all created an air of superiority she wore like armor. In my last life, her gaze alone had been enough to make my skin crawl. Now, it just struck me as amusing. Before my rebirth, you trampled all over me. After my rebirth, am I seriously going to let you do it again? What would be the point of living this life over? Leaning back into the chair, I finally broke the silence. "Cheng-ying," I said calmly, "you wouldn't want your little secrets getting out, would you?" Cheng-ying's name had been etched into my memory. I'd endured 3 long years under her thumb. The esteemed project manager, the so-called company goddess, someone whose imposing aura could dominate a room, and someone who'd end up in prison 3 weeks from now. Why? Because she conspired with her sister-in-law to embezzle company funds and pay off her husband's gambling debts. This time around, I remembered everything. And as I sat across from her, listening to her recite my so-called offenses like a news anchor reading the weather, poor work attitude, habitual tardiness, and even unauthorized absences, I remained completely composed. Cheng-ying thought I'd either grovel for mercy or slink away in disgrace. I never expected those words to come out of my mouth. "I can resign voluntarily." Her reaction surprised me. She was actually pleased. If I resign on my own, the company wouldn't have to compensate me. I understood the game she was playing. She'd even started recording our conversation quietly, just in case I tried to twist the narrative later. She uncrossed her legs, feeling satisfied with how cleanly this annoying issue was about to be resolved. She was even in such a good mood that she gave me her so-called reason. Her best friend's tarot reading had indicated that people with the surname Liu brought her bad luck. I paused for 3 long seconds. That's it. Sliding a cigarette out of my pocket, I lit it slowly. Letting the first ring of smoke escape deliberately into the air, I said casually, "Your husband's been gambling on sports lately, hasn't he?" In that moment, Cheng-ying's confident facade cracked. The smug smile froze on her face. She reflexively retorted, "Don't talk nonsense," but her eyes betrayed her. Her gaze darted to the side, and her expression turned pale. Leaning back in my chair, I rested one foot on her desk and grinned lazily. "I wouldn't bring it up if I didn't already know your little secret." Cheng-ying clenched her teeth and held out for a few seconds, but eventually, her tone shifted. She offered a truce, saying she would stop targeting me, and even proposed a pay raise. "I heard you're planning to buy a house," she added. "Could come in handy, right?" I couldn't help but laugh. When I said I'd resign, I meant it. The smoke I exhaled seemed to catch in her throat, sending Cheng-ying into a fit of coughing. Forcing herself to remain composed, she demanded to know what I really wanted. I didn't reply. Instead, I just pointed at her and wore an expression, one of those unspoken ones, that spoke volumes. That was the moment Cheng-ying completely lost her composure. Her face turned bright red as anger bubbled over. She began yelling at me, insulting me, and calling me names. One particularly stinging insult was her comparison of me to a toad lusting after a swan. I didn't dignify her words with a response. Instead, I stood up, pulled the curtains closed, and locked the door behind me. She panicked then, her voice rising into the realm of desperation. She pivoted wildly, from trying to reason with me to leveraging her control as a senior employee. "You're young. You've got a bright future ahead of you," she lectured. "Don't forget, if I raise my voice in this company, you're done for." I sat back down nonchalantly and responded evenly. "Go ahead. Yell. As long as you're fine with me telling everyone about how you conspired with your sister-in-law to embezzle company funds to pay off your husband's gambling debt." That sentence landed like a thunderclap. Chung Ying froze in her chair, her body going stiff. Her lips quivered, as if trying to form a response, but no sound emerged. Finally, something rasped out of her throat. "How? How do you know?" I gave her a light smile. "Let's just say I have my sources." What I didn't tell her was that this particular scandal would be public knowledge in less than 3 weeks anyway. The power dynamics between us flipped completely in that moment. I stood up and walked behind her, placing my hand gently on her shoulder. "Relax," I said. Chung Ying grabbed onto my hand, trembling. She stammered, I can pay you." Shrugging indifferently, I stepped away. "I'm not interested in forcing you. It's boring." To be honest, I didn't care about her money. It was peanuts compared to the billions still burning a hole in my pocket. Chung Ying tried to look pitiful, but her mind was spinning. She was silently cursing me while calculating how to plug the leaks. She knew her first call would have to be to her sister-in-law. I let her stew. Leaning back with one leg back on the edge of her desk, I said lazily, "All right, I'll give you 1 minute." Tick, tock. Each second felt like a hammer blow as Chung Ying's mind spiraled into chaos. 20 seconds left, I said, lighting a second cigarette, my tone as casual as if I were waiting for takeout to arrive. Chung Ying had seen me before, of course. We'd worked in the same company for years. But today was different. For the first time, she truly saw me. She thought playing the victim would soften me, assuming that the power dynamic she exerted as my boss might still work. All those times in the past, I used to avoid her gaze out of sheer instinct. But now, here I was, in her office, slouching in the chair, phone resting on the desk, completely at ease. The way I made it clear, no negotiating, no escape, only submission, right here, right now. This was the control I wanted. Not money, not some material gain, just this moment. The moment where Chung Ying had no moves left, no excuses, and no way out but to bow her head. Why was I so unyielding? Because I remembered everything too clearly. This woman had married into the Liu family straight out of college. On her first day at the company, she'd zeroed in on me as her scapegoat. Why? Because some random friend of hers once joked that anyone named Liu brought her bad luck. That ridiculous comment turned into over a year of sustained hostility, public humiliation, constant nitpicking, and relentless efforts to make my working life hell. The memory of her condescending gaze, of her smug smile, it seared itself into my very core. I couldn't forget it in one lifetime, let alone 2. And now that I had the upper hand, she was finally tasting humility. Too little, too late. Her last shred of hope disintegrated when I reached for my phone and pretended to dial. She lunged forward across the desk, trying to stop me while her trembling voice pleaded, all right, I agree." The door sign now read, "Do not disturb." The blinds were closed. An hour later, I walked out of her office, a cigarette dangling from my lips. My steps were casual yet confident, as if I'd just wrapped up an afternoon strategy session. My face looked refreshed and shining with triumph. The whole office froze in collective shock upon seeing me. And then, like clockwork, the gossiping began. The loudest chatter came from a greasy, overweight man who had always nursed a peculiar infatuation with Chung Ying. He bristled at the insinuations floating around, his face turning red with fury as if defending some treasured possession. Someone near him rolled their eyes. "Dude, she's not your wife. Chill." By the time they started whispering stories, I was already stepping out of the building, detached from it all. I had a private room reserved at the luxurious Hailong Hotel and had just called Lu Qingqing, telling her to meet me there. She didn't hesitate for even a second. A quick taxi ride later, she was already at the door. Standing in the hotel lobby, I glanced upward. Calculating inwardly, I thought, this time, I picked the right person. The restaurant was on the 8th floor. We were seated, and she took one look at the menu. Her expression tightened for just a second when she saw that a dish as simple as scrambled eggs with tomato cost $388. Quickly recovering, she leaned forward with a gentle smile. "That's way too expensive," she cooed, adopting a tone of thoughtful consideration. It was a textbook move to show she cared more about me than money. But I just waved a hand dismissively, not even glancing up. Instead, I rattled off orders. Oysters, lamb kidneys, lobster, abalone. One by one, I ticked them off. I could afford it now. My health and wallet were both thriving. My confidence. After being reborn, I realized I had changed, not just mentally, but physically too. My stamina, reactions, even basic needs seemed recalibrated. I couldn't pinpoint if it was solely because of the rebirth or linked to that mysterious space I encountered. Maybe it was both. But one thing was clear. This body was strong, and I needed to take proper care of it, not squander its potential. Lu Qingqing, watching the way I ordered food, seemed to have something on her mind but swallowed the words back down. At the crack of dawn, when the city was still half asleep, I had already pulled up outside an old, abandoned industrial factory on the outskirts. 50 acres of land, completely desolate. The iron gates were rusted, weeds in the yard grew so high they almost reached my waist. The security guard eyed me like I was a lost college student. The factory owner's last name was Tian, a balding, middle-aged man. He was dragged out of bed, still warm from the arms of his mistress. He gave me a quick once-over and threw out a number, 5 million a year. It was clearly a move to scare off a greenhorn like me, trying to make me retreat. But I didn't even bat an eye. "Fine. Draw up the contract." Boss Tian froze on the spot. He forced a laugh. "Well, that was fast." His hands sped through the paperwork as if he feared I'd back out. In his heart, he must have been wondering if he'd undershot the price. Shortly after, 200,000 yuan in deposit was processed instantly. The remaining balance? Due in 20 days. Everyone walked away happy. Sitting in my car, I watched Tian's face, full of smug satisfaction, but there was only one thought in my mind. In a month, when the apocalyptic freeze descends, and you come looking for rent with that contract in hand, we'll talk again. I had done the math in my head many times over. Last night at the Hailong Hotel, I allowed myself a rare break for a fancy meal. Lu Qingqing had been pale and trembling during the first half of the dinner. She had some idea of the stakes at play. To her, tonight was a matter of life and death. But as the dishes started coming, I couldn't have looked calmer. I ate like I was out for a casual stroll, which both relieved and confused her. She couldn't figure out exactly what was going through my head. This morning, when she went to the master bedroom to find me, the bed was empty. Not unusual. I never share a bed with anyone. She had complained before, but to no avail, eventually resigning herself to the guest room. Some habits become unshakable after facing death. Meanwhile, I had already started real work at that abandoned factory. The first order of business? Clearing the space. Everyone currently on site was sent away immediately. Then, I made 2 phone calls. One to a coal supplier, adding millions in transportation costs for delivery in 15 days, and another to a pharmaceutical distributor, insisting everything arrive in 5 days, max. Money wasn't an issue. Time was. At most, I had a month. Using the factory as a cover, I could now order and stock up on supplies at scale without needing to justify my actions. I thought back to the food from the Hailong Hotel last night and quickly dialed them. I placed an order for 1,000 banquet meals, specifying delivery dates directly to the factory. The manager on the other end went from skeptical to thrilled within moments, nearly calling me his benefactor. Next up, a citywide sweep. Barbecue, street food, every cuisine imaginable, it didn't matter. My only criteria? If I could think about eating it, I wanted it. Orders started at tens of thousands of servings each. From ingredients to pre-cooked meals and semi-prepped food, truckloads began pouring into the factory. When I quickly added up the costs for just this wave of food orders, it came out to over 10 million yuan. Strangely, I thought that was a bargain. In a month, that same money sitting in a bank account would be worthless. Apart from food, I had to consider mental entertainment. Gaming consoles, computers, thousands of each. Popular titles like Huang Myth, Enlightened Warrior, Red Myth, Cityless, and Legends of the Spider Spirit were all ordered in bulk. I hired 20 college students at 20,000 yuan per month each. Their one job? Download everything they could: movies, single-player games, audiobooks, variety shows, anything that could be stored on a hard drive. The students were ecstatic, saying they'd never landed a sweeter gig in their lives. They had no idea those hard drives would one day help get us through an endless void of darkness. By dusk, I drove back to the factory. The warehouse was already stacked with today's deliveries, row after row of neatly packed meal kits, stretching as far as the eye could see. After ushering out the delivery workers, I locked the doors, pulled shut all the curtains. Then, I began transferring everything into the space. Within minutes, the warehouse was completely empty. Standing in the middle of the vacant floor, I glanced around and muttered to myself, "Crap." I'd hit a snag because I had almost forgotten one of the most basic necessities: water. You need water for electricity, for swimming, for drinking. In the apocalypse, water becomes rarer than gold. And considering the massive amount of equipment I was setting up in the space, water would be indispensable to keep everything operational. But how much water could I possibly store? Even by the barrel or the ton, it would never be enough. As I ran through scenarios in my mind, a thought struck me: Lake Baikal, the world's deepest freshwater lake, holding 1/5 of the planet's surface freshwater. If I could somehow pull the lake into the space, I'd never have to worry about water again. Of course, I wasn't sure if the space could handle swallowing an entire lake whole. But even if I couldn't take it all, using industrial-grade pumps to siphon off a significant amount would still give me enough water for several lifetimes. That's just how I think. While others focus on rationing, I'd rather move the entire source. Checking flights from Tianhai to the nearest city near Lake Baikal, I found none available. Just as I was about to scrap the plan and explore alternatives, I stumbled upon a private jet advertisement. Gulfstream G550, 14 seats, direct to Krasnoyarsk, starting at 600,000 yuan. The full package, chartered flight, tour guide, and security detail, would set me back 1.3 million yuan for a 3-day trip. Earliest departure in 3 days. I didn't hesitate. Locking in the booking, I figured 1.3 million yuan was pocket change for me anyway. Those 3 days also worked perfectly for organizing the pharmaceuticals into storage. Everything lined up seamlessly. I also purchased over a dozen heavy-duty water pumps to stow in the space. By the time it was all set, I finally felt a little relief. That night, I found myself at the top-floor presidential suite at the Hailong Hotel. While eating oysters, he sent a message. The recipient was a city official, Cheng Ying. The message was brief: 8 p.m., top floor, bring the gear. In the second-floor waiting area of a local gym, Cheng Ying sat patiently while her husband finished his workout. Her phone suddenly buzzed. When she saw the sender's name, she froze for a split second before quickly deleting the message. She typed back a one-liner: "You need to stop." The reply came swiftly: "Come, or deal with the consequences." Sitting there, her thumb hovered over the screen. Emotions churned inside her, neither purely hateful nor fully resigned. It was a muddle of feelings she couldn't quite pin down. Just then, the gym doors swung open, and her husband, Duan Yong, emerged, wiping sweat from his brow. He asked if she wanted to grab dinner. Cheng Ying, without hesitation, replied that she had work. He didn't push. He never did. Instead, he asked if she needed a ride. She picked up her bag and left. I wasn't worried about her not showing up. I had the leverage, a video. Plus, after last time, I knew Cheng Ying's state of mind better than anyone. At 7:55, the doorbell rang. I glanced at the smart door viewer. Sure enough, Cheng Ying stood on the other side, alone. She walked in, threw her bag onto the sofa, and snapped at me, her voice tinged with anger. "This is the last time. If you push it again, I'll call the police." I didn't respond. Instead, I picked up the remote and pressed play. The TV flickered to life, airing footage from last time. The sound echoed through the speakers. Her face froze for a moment, but realization quickly dawned. She lunged toward me, trying to snatch the remote, only for me to sidestep her with a smirk. After a brief scuffle, she gave up. Her hand dropped limply, and her gaze fell to the floor. I handed her a set of clothes, red and black, clean-cut, sharp, and bold. My tone left no room for negotiation. "Put it on." "Do I really have to wear this?" she pleaded. For the sake of art, I replied. I had a dream, one I'd clung to since my youth, to be a director. Today was finally my chance to live it. Naturally, the actor had to play their part. When Chung Ying emerged in that outfit, the striking red and black against her coldly stoic features exuded an air of commanding authority, almost like an executioner's precision. I adjusted the camera, donned a commander's mask, and, channeling the necessary gravitas, called out, "Action!" A queen of a defeated enemy nation, captured and put on trial. Action! By the time the clock inched past 11, the lights were still on. Chung Ying sat curled up in the corner of the couch, hugging her knees. Her face bore traces of unshed tears. The night's scene had shaken her, unsettling her more deeply than she could process in hours. Caught between reason and another, less definable emotion, she couldn't quite distinguish which voice within her was truly her own. I took a drag from my cigarette and glanced her way. Her expression faltered for the briefest of moments when I mentioned that particular number. Her husband, Duan Yong, had gambled away millions. Their household had been thrown into utter chaos. And me? I had casually let slip. Got lucky the other day. Made 2 billion. 2 billion. Not 20 million. Not 200 million. 2 billion. Of course, Qingying knew I wasn't short on money. After moving in, she'd noticed the apartment's ridiculously high-end specs. But in her mind, she'd chalked it up to me being some trust fund kid burning through his family's fortune. Only now did it hit her. She was completely out of her depth with me. Still, she wasn't about to lose composure in front of me. Her aloof demeanor was the last thing she could cling to. She quickly masked her reaction, offering me a scornful look as if she hadn't heard a word. I found it amusing. Over this time, I had come to understand Chung Ying quite well. Outwardly defiant, at her core, she was someone who had been repressed for far too long. While she harbored resentment toward me, there was also a gnawing curiosity she couldn't explain. That evening, I proposed a deal. Help me shoot a few more scenes, and in 3 days, I'd leave for Lake Baikal and never bother her again. She asked if I could promise to leave her alone. I tossed out a casual sure. I didn't even bother verifying if she believed me. The private jet's itinerary was already open on my phone screen. She could see for herself. She looked, and she believed. There was a faint sense of relief in her eyes, but there was also something else, slightly unrecognizable, even to herself. She waved it away from her mind, muttering a silent, "Don't be stupid," to herself, then decided not to dwell on it any further. That night, after hours of shooting and utterly drained of energy, she crashed in the guest room. Before sunrise, she slipped away, heavy-eyed, not wanting anyone to catch her leaving. I didn't give it much thought. What I needed to focus on now was the situation over at Lake Baikal. A shipment of pharmaceuticals was due to arrive at the factory in a few days. Someone reliable had to oversee the delivery and handle any problems on site while I was away. Lu Qingqing was the obvious choice. She'd recently latched onto me and wouldn't dare betray me right now. Of that, I was sure. But I've never been one to put all my eggs in one basket. After mulling it over, I decided to dispatch Coco and Nana as well. I hadn't been in touch with them for a while, but I understood their motives. They thought I was some rich playboy and had been tirelessly trying to stay on my radar. They'd regularly flood our group chat with photos, lace stockings, cosplay, gothic outfits, and the two of them even teamed up for duo shots, striking bizarre poses. They were still hungry for the kind of reward I handed out last time, a surprise $5,000 bonus for completing a task. Their motivation was at an all-time high. 3 people who didn't know each other, each with their own selfish agenda. Together, it made for a stable setup. No one would dare slack off or pull any tricks with the others keeping watch. Lu Feng, my trusted associate, distributed $10,000 red envelopes to each of us and set up the group chat. With that, the arrangements were in motion. To him, it was just another task checked off the list before breakfast. When Nana and I received the message, we exchanged a glance. We had been in this line of work for some time. Since graduating college, we'd been working as dance streamers, building up a following of over 100,000 fans. But those fans' admiration only held limited value. It was clear with just one glance. There was nothing of value to gain. During this time, a few top-tier benefactors had approached us for discussions, but whenever they sent over their photos, both Nana and I would end up having nightmares that very night. It was beyond anything we could stomach. So, we remained in this lukewarm state, stuck in a rut with no way out. Until we met Lu Feng, generous with his money, good-looking, casually snagging presidential suites, and dishing out five-figure cash tips like they were candy. For people like us, someone like him was a once-in-a-lifetime find. Miss this, and it's gone forever. Nana sat on the bed clutching her pink shark pillow, frowning slightly as she stared at the room number sent in the group chat. She asked hesitantly, "Are we really going?" I dabbed powder onto my face while facing the mirror, not even looking her way. A presidential suite. I'd die of curiosity if I didn't see what it looks like. Plus, we might use the chance to get materials for our content. You think opportunities like this grow on trees? Nana mulled it over for a moment before saying nothing more. The two of us got dressed, ready to head out. What we didn't know at the time was that Lu Feng had a much bigger plan in motion. Him inviting us over had nothing to do with creating content. There was unfinished business tied to Lake Baikal that he needed to take care of, and we were already part of his plan. As Nana and I checked in at the hotel front desk, swiped our cards, and took the elevator upstairs, we both felt uneasy, our minds churning with what might be waiting for us. We prepared ourselves for a number of possible situations. But when the door opened, revealing a stunning model-esque woman with impossibly long legs, we were caught completely off guard. My instinctive reaction was to cover my mouth and blurt out, "What? For people?" The woman who opened the door looked at me in confusion, not quite grasping what I had said. Once we stepped inside, we learned her name was Lu Qingqing. She had taken time off work just to be there after receiving a call. Lu Feng was seated comfortably at the head of the dining table, halfway through his breakfast, a lit cigarette between his fingers. He lazily introduced us, his tone resembling an uninspired waiter reading off a menu. All we'd heard about presidential suites before this had been secondhand. But standing there in person, taking in our surroundings, the word luxury suddenly felt insufficient. This was extravagance on a whole other level. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqing had already grabbed a crystal ashtray from the living room and placed it delicately in front of Lu Feng. Nana and I exchanged a quick look, silently rolling our eyes at her sycophantic behavior. Outwardly, we kept it together and said nothing. Lu Feng leaned back in his chair, casually fiddling with his phone as he spoke to someone named Zhao Long about the progress of some project. Halfway through his cigarette, he looked up at the three of us and announced his plans. "In a couple of days, I'm heading to Russia. I've rented a warehouse on the outskirts. While I'm gone, a shipment will arrive, 20 million worth of medical supplies. The three of you are to take care of receiving it." Nana and I spoke up at the same time. The mention of 20 million left us both involuntarily tense. Lu Qingqing looked unfazed, likely because Lu Feng had already briefed her over the phone, and also because in his world, even an $80 million real estate purchase didn't make him bat an eye. 20 million, to him, wasn't worth stressing over. "Consider it done," Lu Qingqing responded immediately. Nana and I exchanged another glance before agreeing as well. Lu Feng added that he'd arrange for a team of 10 security guards. Our main job was just to supervise and not get in the way. The dilapidated warehouse wasn't exactly inviting, and the security team would be there to handle any trouble. We were mostly just props, there to make up the numbers. When he finished explaining, he handed both Nana and me 20,000 in cash each. As we rode the elevator down, the weight of the cash in my pocket had both of us grinning. We had shown up in meticulously coordinated black and white thigh highs, expecting the night to play out a certain way. Instead, we left with full pockets and a new task to boot. "Sticking close to someone powerful does pay off," I muttered under my breath. Nana didn't deny it. After we left, Lu Feng transferred 100,000 to Lu Qingqing, instructing her to spread it around and ensure the construction team wasn't hassled. The transfer was sent, but after a while, there was no response. Lu Feng frowned slightly, then turned to glance toward the living room. Lu Qingqing sat on the sofa, her lips pressed tight in silent frustration. Lu Feng barely spared her a glance before walking toward the door with the decisiveness of someone who didn't feel compelled to manage anyone else's mood. To him, if a tool refused to cooperate, you simply replaced it. Comforting it wasn't worth the effort. Seeing him stride toward the door, Lu Qingqing panicked. She leapt to her feet and threw her arms tightly around his waist. Lu Feng stopped, but didn't turn to face her. His voice was calm, almost indifferent. If you're unhappy, you're free to leave anytime. It was both a choice and a veiled threat. Lu Qingqing felt a surge of grievance, but what truly dominated her was a sense of stubborn resolve. She had invested too much in this man to walk away now. She reluctantly let go, murmuring that she wouldn't leave and would stop being petty. Only then did Lu Feng turn to her, his lips curving into a faint smile. He sat back down on the sofa, waiting as she knelt at his feet. He lowered his hand to pat her head softly, like comforting a well-behaved puppy. No matter how many women I have, you'll always be one of a kind. The words sounded sweet, but to Lu Qingqing, their emotional weight no longer mattered. She had accepted the rules of this game, and winning meant playing by them. Over the next 2 days, Lu Feng spent his morning brokering deals and his evenings passing time with Qingying. Qingying, each day, showed up for work with dark circles under her eyes and returned home exhausted, forcing herself to put on a mask of normalcy to fool her husband. The man, utterly oblivious, busied himself preparing her meals and massaging her feet every night, humming cheerful little tunes. Lu Feng, however, had no emotional investment in this domestic drama. What truly occupied my attention was the Lake Baikal trip. I'd chartered a private plane, dropped $1 million, and every cent was worth it. On the morning of departure, an extended luxury limo was already waiting outside the hotel. 6 ex-military personnel stood at crisp attention as guards. And Mu, the house manager and translator, full name Mu Xiaojing, stood by the car, wearing a sharp business suit and a professional smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, cheerfully waving at me. The 7-hour flight included a gourmet lunch, hot showers, and a long nap until touchdown. Even an overly flirtatious stewardess offered to join me for a steamy couple's bath mid-flight. I declined, earning approving glances from her more conservative colleagues. One even called me an outstanding guy, which somehow made the service even more attentive. But my mind had no room for indulgences. I was singularly focused on the task ahead at Lake Baikal. Landing. Deek City, about 60 kilometers from Lake Baikal. I didn't bother stopping to explore and went straight to check into a lakeside room with a view. After dinner, I headed to the lake on my own, pretending to take a walk. The night pressed heavily over the water, and the lake breeze was icy cold. Slowly, I extended my hand, letting the tips of my fingers brush the surface of the lake, carefully sensing. I remained silent for a moment. It's time. The moment Lake Baikal disappeared, the people on the shore were frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. It wasn't a slow retreat or the water seeping underground. It disappeared instantly, a whole stretch of water, gone in a flash. The boats once floating on the surface crashed down onto the dried lake bed with a deafening thud, igniting in flames. Screams erupted from the crowd. Sitting on the shore, I feigned total shock, collapsing to the ground as if my legs couldn't hold me up. Letting Mu help pull me to my feet, I kept muttering, "This can't be real," all while calculating an escape route in my mind. I fully understood that acting too normal right now would have made me stand out even more, far more dangerous. Back at the hotel, I said just one sentence. "We leave. Now." We raced to the airport, leaving in the dead of night. As soon as the plane took off, breaking news caught up to us. Russia had officially sealed off the entire Lake Baikal region, banning all movement in and out. Mu, staring at her iPad, heaved a sigh of relief, calling me clever. I said nothing, but cold sweat trickled down my back. A 30-minute delay, and we wouldn't have made it out. The sheer speed of a nation mobilizing, I had underestimated it. But nothing could change the fact that I had already secured what I came for. Everything I took was now stored in the space I controlled. None of it, none was going back. Once on the plane, I sank my awareness into the spatial dimension. The once blue-green waters of the lake had lost their color without external light, turning utterly transparent. They hovered above the space, enormous, blanketing everything beneath. Fish and shrimp, still caught within the suspended water, hung frozen mid-swim, millions of them. It looked like a still-life tableau of the underwater world, hit with a pause button. I swam through the suspended water globule and thought to myself, seafood, water, an endless supply. I might not get through hundreds of lifetimes before running out. But right now, that wasn't what really mattered. Not long after collecting the lake water, I began noticing significant changes. My spatial ability had upgraded. What was new was something only I could see. A door. Extending my right hand forward triggered an entry to open in the air before me, no larger than a square meter. Anything physical tossed into that portal would be instantly stored away. What truly convinced me of this upgrade's value wasn't just its expanded capacity, but this discovery. I could hold the door steady right in front of me. Anything aimed in my direction, sharp weapons, bullets, even shockwaves, would be sucked into the space, never reaching me. This newfound armor of mine. It was the real source of my unwavering confidence to head straight into Myanmar. That country was chaotic, yes, but it had its own version of order within the chaos. With enough money, anything could be handled. I bribed a general with a hefty amount to vouch for me, gaining access to weapon smugglers. Soon enough, crates of heavy firepower had been secured. While I was at it, I raided the local markets of all the tropical fruits I could get: mangoes, durians, mangosteens, rambutans. Truck after truck was emptied straight into my spatial storage. If my predictions held true, when the upcoming ice age descended, fruits like these would become worth more than gold. For days later, close to $2 million lighter, everything was done. To me, this wasn't spending money. This was buying a future. Weapons? Check. Water? Check. Food? Check. And a personal, impenetrable shield strong enough to guard against almost anything. The only question left was this: where should I go next? What's the plan? And just how much time do I have before the apocalypse fully crashes down? A stretched luxury sedan pulled up at the entrance of Fortune residences. Before the crowd of retirees on their post-lunch strolls could react, a pair of long legs and black stockings darted out of the car, straight into the arms of the man stepping out. Then, everyone got a clear look at his face. The buzz around the gazebo was instant, erupting like a pot boiling over. One elderly gentleman was so stunned he lost grip of his dentures, which clattered to the floor. Lou Fong. Yes, that Lou Fong. The Lou Fong from the old neighborhood. Just weeks earlier, gossip had swept through the community that the most expensive unit in the complex, an 8-figure affair, fully purchased without a mortgage, had been sold. People even caught the name of the buyer, Lou Fong. The universal response had been the same: impossible. The compensation left to him by his parents couldn't have stretched thousands past its modest amount. How could he have this kind of money? But now, with this limo parked directly in front of them, the car door wide open, and Lu Qingqing throwing herself into his arms, what room was left for doubt? Among the sharp-eyed older women, Linani made her move first. Living on the 3rd floor of the old district, she wasn't particularly fit, but today, she made it to my side in record time. Grinning ear to ear, she clung to my arm as though we were old friends. Her eldest daughter, she said, formerly employed as a nurse at Tianhai General Hospital, was as beautiful as she was, she claimed, and arrangements could be made for an introduction as early as tomorrow. She'd even let me pick the place. I gave her a polite smile, but didn't say a word. Inside, I knew full well how to weigh these good intentions. It wasn't like I hadn't seen her daughter get in and out of other men's cars 5 or 6 times before. The rumors about her lifestyle? No need to even entertain those. If Lin Auntie had any kindness to spare, she'd better save it for herself. Maybe some other time, I said, shaking her hand loose and pulling Lu Qingqing along with me. Huffing and puffing, Lin Auntie gave chase for a few steps and shouted after me twice, only to freeze mid-stride when I didn't so much as turn back. Banking on her next shot when her daughter's work shift ended, she started strategizing again. She was confident. Unmarried men, after all, are fair game. Besides, even marriages weren't exactly undoable these days. But honestly, I couldn't care less. The elevator dinged. 38th floor. Zhao Long greeted me in his hard hat, rattling off updates on construction progress. Following behind him, I let my gaze sweep across the room, still unfinished, with the smell of drywall and sawdust thick in the air. The first time I stood here, I'd been browsing as a potential buyer. This time, it was mine. Crossing the same threshold twice, the feeling was completely different. And yet, no one in this entire complex realized that this half-finished apartment was only the start. It was just step 1 of my plans since coming back. Everything I had now depended on the realization that my ability wasn't just about storing things. It was far more profound. The old method of having to physically reach out to take an item was outrageously inefficient. Now, things were different. A single glance was all it took. Anything within a meter's range entered the personal space directly. This new ability was a game changer, especially evident in a warehouse packed to the brim with nearly 10 million pharmaceutical items, anti-inflammatory, painkillers, antivirals, digestive and respiratory treatments. Shelves stacked ceiling high with goods, all cleared out within 5 minutes. The warehouse door was locked again, everything outside undisturbed. This batch of medicine was negotiated for me by Lu Qingqing a few days ago. It had been delivered, but I hadn't had time to retrieve it until now. Today, it was officially mine. Piece by piece, the puzzle was coming together, the reconstructed building, the secured materials, but time wasn't on my side. After dismissing the Tian Shield security team, every member left satisfied with a carton of premium cigarettes and a $5,000 bonus. These kinds of people, the minor foot soldiers who run errands, are always worth the small expense. It's often the little players that can throw a wrench in your plans. Once the place was cleared out, I returned to the second-floor office. Kiki and Nana were already waiting there. They had camped out around this warehouse for several days, completed their task without issue, and hadn't caused any trouble. I assumed they'd be asking for an extra reward, most likely more money. Unexpectedly, Kiki bit her lower lip and said, "Mr. Liu, we want to follow you." Nana nodded firmly, her serious tone a departure from her usual demeanor. Lighting a cigarette, I didn't respond immediately. The thought had crossed my mind before with these two. Light makeup, fair skin, well-proportioned figures that held up even under close scrutiny. And their work this week? Obedient, results-driven, and no unnecessary chatter. As I sized them up again in my mind, I'd give them an 85 out of 100. Not bad, but my standards had risen considerably over time. The issue wasn't them, it was the timing. What I was about to do next wasn't about picking up a couple of people for a few days of good company. Those I bring into my circle must be functional assets, not just easy on the eyes. As my phone screen lit up, I stubbed out the cigarette. A call on green signal, voice channel. Zhao Lily. My gaze turned cold, and even the faint smile on my lips disappeared. I flipped the phone face down on the desk and ignored it. The two girls had started packing their things to leave when I stood up. Sparing a glance at the screen, I already had a hunch. This call wasn't about me. It was about the things I possessed. News was traveling even faster than I'd anticipated. An hour earlier, the information was just a piece of gossip being passed around by an old lady in the neighborhood. Li Yin was well known among the locals. She was a master of the community square dance, still relatively attractive, and highly skilled at reading people. Today, she'd gone out of her way to knock on Zhao Dafu's door, not out of any goodwill, but to use the Zhao family as leverage to cut off her rival Lin Damei. As neighbors for over a decade, their cordial surface was nothing but an act, masking a deep-seated rivalry. Lin Damei had already been working to set her daughter up with Lu Feng. Rumors had it that someone saw Lu Feng step out of an elongated luxury car after purchasing the penthouse in the new upscale district. That property alone was worth billions. As soon as this news reached Lin Damei, she couldn't sit still, and neither could Li Yin. She'd ran the calculations in her head. If she informed Zhao Dafu, he'd push his daughter to lock down Lu Feng, thereby thwarting Lin Damei's plans. As a bonus, Zhao Dafu would owe her a favor. His wife, a country bumpkin, wouldn't stand a chance against her manipulative charms. She'd cash in on that debt someday. Cunning minds played cunning games, each sharpening their own weapons. When Zhao Dafu opened the door and saw Li Yin, his face lit up so brightly you'd think they'd struck gold. He even thought, for a moment, that she'd finally taken a liking to him. But as she laid out her information, his smile froze. He had vaguely heard rumors about someone named Lu Feng buying the penthouse in the high-end complex. But in his mind, there was no way that could be connected to me. To him, I was just some insignificant young guy who'd gotten his daughter pregnant. Showing up or not made no real difference. But hearing Lin Damei wanted to hook her daughter up with this Lu Feng, that changed everything. Zhao Dafu was a man who hadn't seen much wealth in his life, but he had an innate sense for protecting his own interests. His daughter had endured so much hardship while pregnant. Why should some other family reap the rewards? His face flipped faster than a page-turner at a talent show, and he yelled for Zhao Lily on the spot. Now, I stood by the window, watching my phone light up again. I set the number to silent and shoved the device into my pocket. Motioning with my chin to the two by my side, I said, "Let's go." On the other end, Zhao Lily had just finished hearing her father's account. Her complexion changed as she instinctively reached for her phone. When she called, she didn't know I had no intention of answering. Zhao Dafu sat in the living room waiting for news, a thundercloud darkening his expression. What he cared about wasn't his daughter, it was that penthouse. The crown jewel of the new complex, the property I'd just signed for. To him, owning that place would mean moving in and having their family's social status elevated overnight. Those sneering neighbors of theirs wouldn't dare look down on them ever again. "Why haven't you called to confirm yet?" He barked at Zhao Lily, restraining his impatience. Zhao Lily picked up the phone. I stepped onto the balcony and made a call of my own, only to hear, "Out of service area," on the other end. That's when it clicked. Lu Feng had long since blocked me. I switched to green signal, and finally, the call connected. Over the line, Lu Feng paused briefly after hearing my name, then gave a faint chuckle before picking up. "Did you buy the penthouse?" I asked, skipping the pleasantries. "Yes." "Why didn't you tell me?" "Why would I? I'm your girlfriend. We broke up." 3 words. Then, the line went dead. Staring at the blackened screen, my hands started trembling. I hadn't even gathered my thoughts when, outside, the sound of a loud bang rang out. The door burst open. Huang Guifan, returning from her evening stroll, barged in beaming with excitement. "We hit it big. Our family struck gold," she shouted. "Lu Feng bought the penthouse. Our Zhao family is officially. We're moving into a big house." Zhao Dafu's face lit up with a rare smile. "I already knew. I had Lily call and confirm. The house is being renovated. Once it's ready, we'll be the first to move in." The mother and daughter were in sync, their plans clicking into place like clockwork. Huang Guifan decisively declared the big house would be set up as a wedding home for her son, Xiao Gang. The old house, meanwhile, would stay with her for her postpartum recovery. As for Lu Feng, he would buy Xiao Gang a car worth millions, and on top of that, buy a luxury car worth around $80,000 for her father. That last part was Zhao Dafu's addition. He complained his wife almost forgot to include him in the plans. The more they talked, the more excited they got. Their hands trembled slightly with anticipation. Sitting quietly on the side, I had something stuck in my throat. It took me a while to muster the courage to speak up. Lu Feng broke up with me. Silence filled the room for 1 second. Then Zhao Dafu exploded. He raised his hand and slapped me across the face. Huang Guifan rushed to stop him. "Are you out of your mind? Lily is pregnant." Her words hit like a bucket of cold water, instantly sobering Zhao Dafu. He exhaled slowly, the anger on his face giving way to something darker, something sinister. "She's pregnant, and that Lu Feng dares to run?" "Exactly. If he thinks he can act like some heartless scumbag, I'll make sure he regrets it." The thought of the big house they had just dreamed about, the adoration from relatives, and the perfect life they had mentally built, all slipping away through their fingers, made Zhao Dafu seethe with rage. He turned and yelled at me. "What are you just sitting there for? Go find Lu Feng and fix this relationship right now." Little did Lu Feng know the kind of schemes this family was plotting. But bringing up the baby as a bargaining chip, that card was already on the table. I called Lu Feng. The moment I tried to sound sweet over the phone, he almost spit out the water he was drinking. He had just showered and was relaxing in a towel on the leather couch of a luxury suite, feeling pretty good. But as soon as he heard me cooing, "Honey," the disgust hit him like a punch to the gut. Pure and physical. "Who the hell are you calling honey? Don't make me sick." I tried to play along, dragging out my words in a flirty tone, telling him I had forgiven him and begging him to come back, even saying I didn't care about designer handbags anymore. Lu Feng laughed, not a cheerful laugh, but that kind of sarcasm-laden chuckle. "You forgave me? What, did a donkey kick you in the head?" Then, just to twist the knife, he casually tossed out a remark meant to hurt. "You know why I could afford that penthouse? Guess what? During the World Cup, I threw a few bets on the matches and somehow got lucky. Made myself 2 billion yuan overnight. Can you imagine that? If we were still together, that money would have been yours. But alas, you're not meant to have it." He was totally making it up, just messing with me. But on my end of the call, I went completely silent. 2 billion yuan. 2 billion. Standing in the dingy stairwell of the old apartment, all I could think about were those three words echoing in my head. My dad burning spirit money during Qingming Festival didn't even aspire to numbers like this. I didn't notice when my phone slipped from my hand and fell to the floor. When I finally snapped out of it, a little kid walking by looked up and said, "Auntie, did you pee your pants?" Panicking, I scooped up my phone from the puddle it had landed in and bolted out of there. Meanwhile, Lu Feng flipped through TV channels, singing to himself casually. He had forgotten about the phone call entirely within minutes. Then his phone rang. It was Zhao Long, his property manager, calling with a frustrated update. "Mr. Lu, there's this couple here claiming to be your in-laws. Older man and woman. They're insisting on getting into the penthouse to check out the renovation, but they won't back off no matter what." Lu Feng didn't even need to think, already knowing who they were. He said, "What in-laws? I don't have in-laws. If they don't leave, call the police." Over at the Zhao household, Zhao Dafu and Huang Guifan were riding high on their hubris. Having already taken Lu Feng's property deed and keys under pretense, Zhao Dafu confidently threw me out of the house. His reasoning? Lily was pregnant, so Lu Feng couldn't escape his responsibilities. Plus, overseeing the penthouse renovation was the priority. Could I argue against him? Of course not. I nodded silently and walked out. The two exchanged a triumphant glance, their faces beaming with smug satisfaction. Suddenly, Huang Guifan clapped her hands, remembering her son. "We need to call the gang. The bride's taste is important. We can't have the decor turn out all wrong." Zhao Dafu, pretending to care, grumbled, "I'm still alive, aren't I?" Like I'd let him take charge. But he didn't actually stop her. At that moment, Zhao De Gang was waiting downstairs to pick up his date for the evening. As soon as he heard the news, he started jumping in place. At 23 years old, he was about to move into a penthouse. He hung up, ordered a rideshare, and bolted without looking back. As for the girl he was supposed to meet, life was all about compromise before. Not anymore. He was about to become nouveau riche. Time to level up to someone younger, hotter. The family of three had their own individual fantasies as they descended upon the penthouse, ready to claim it as their personal playground. But Zhao Long was waiting for them at the entrance. Not just anyone gets to waltz into prime real estate. Back on my side, I mindlessly sent Lu Feng 50, maybe 60 messages, all variations of one word, "Honey. Honey, where are you? Baby's kicking me. He misses you too. Why'd you kick my parents out?" Each message was sticky sweet, dripping with an unearned sense of entitlement. Lu Feng scrolled through every single one without replying. Eventually, he lit a cigar, grabbed his phone, and stood between two women, snapping a photo with a smirk. The picture was sent. For simple words accompanied it, "My leading ladies." When Zhao Lily received the photo, her lips went pale first, then her hands started shaking. The lavish hotel setting made it obvious. The two women standing by his side, celebrities she knew. Kiki and Nana, women she once counted as her friends. Desperately calculating the implications, the first words that escaped her lips weren't, "What are you doing?" Instead, she blurted, "That's my money." This one sentence revealed exactly what kind of person she was. Lu Feng wasn't a husband to her. He was a wallet, with husband being just a convenient extra title. Rewind half a day earlier. When Lily's call first came in, my film crew was already set up for shooting. The assistant changed into a red suit, tailored perfectly to their figure, exuding a sharp and collected demeanor. I slipped into my hijacker costume and squinted at my reflection in the mirror. Today's shoot centered around a hijacking theme, and I was stepping into the role of a ruthless sky-high criminal, orchestrating the set remotely while also directing on location. Several calls from Zhao Lily buzzed on my phone, but I ignored them all. Nana handled the cigar for me, cutting it and lighting it up in one smooth motion. It was a Cuban cigar, part of a special batch I had recently procured. I had tried it a few days ago and found it quite decent. Taking a puff, I nodded in satisfaction and continued with the shoot. The session was running smoothly on my end, but Zhao Lily's messages were piling up, 50 or 60 of them at least, all starting with "honey." After the shoot wrapped, I lounged on the sofa and scrolled through her messages without feeling the slightest emotion. Instead, I raised my hand and motioned for two people to come over, snapping a picture right then and there. This move was deliberate. I knew exactly what kind of reaction the photo would stir. And that's exactly why I posted it. Zhao Lily, unsurprisingly, lost her mind over it. But she couldn't find me. She couldn't figure out which hotel I was staying at, nor could she reach Coco or Nana. After exhausting her options, she could only sulk her way back to her own home. She had barely settled down on the couch when the door was kicked open. Zhao Dafu stormed in without a word and slapped her across the face. Useless troublemaker. I should beat you into the ground. His anger stemmed from me. It always did. A short while ago, he had been publicly humiliated and kicked out of a venue. Having spent his whole life preserving his ego, it was a blow he couldn't tolerate. But with no way to take his frustrations out on me, he laid the blame entirely on Zhao Lily. Huang Guifan clung tightly to his waist, shouting at Zhao Lily to retreat into her bedroom. Even so, she couldn't shield her entirely. Zhao Lily endured about a dozen slaps before her mother managed to shove her into the room and slam the door shut. Outside, the shouting continued. Inside, Zhao Lily sat holding her face, dazed and quiet. She was probably plotting how to drag me back into her life. The title of Chapter 22 already gave away her schemes. Someone plans to cling to me like gum on the bottom of a shoe. The number 2 billion. That figure was something Huang Guifan had pried out of Zhao Lily in a moment of desperation. When the news hit, both Zhao father and son froze, dumbfounded like deer in headlights. Zhao Digang was the first to recover. Words started spilling out of his mouth faster than he could think. He swore he'd cling to me till the end like a bad smell, vowed he'd make my life miserable forever, and grew increasingly worked up until his father smacked the back of his head to shut him up. This family. Moments ago, they'd been agonizing over how to use a pregnant woman as leverage. Now, in the blink of an eye, they were already laying plans for divvying up the supposed 2 billion. The scheme wasn't all that complicated. Huang Guifan and Zhao Dafu would spread rumors in the neighborhood about me abandoning my responsibilities. Zhao Digang, meanwhile, would camp out with his sister at my residence and harass me relentlessly with emotional blackmail, using the child as leverage to force my compliance. And if that didn't work, Zhao Digang had a plan B. He hinted at some friends who could resort to more aggressive tactics. When he laid it all out, Zhao Dafu nodded in agreement. What they didn't know was that, in my eyes, they were all as good as dead. And I'm not speaking metaphorically. I mean literally dead. I've died once and come back to life. And before the world ends again, none of these people scheming in their cozy little corner of the world stand a chance of surviving. Knowing the grim conclusion, I couldn't even be bothered to glance their way. While the Zhao family continued their animated debate over how to split a fortune they hadn't earned, I had already spent the entire morning in a shooting range. I had purchased plenty of firearms previously, but as I began using them, I realized my knowledge of guns had only scratched the surface. I barely knew how to operate them. Reborn and armed with new opportunities, not a second of my time could be wasted. So I committed myself fully to practice. About halfway through, I noticed the trainer giving me a peculiar look. He'd never seen anyone improve so quickly. Static targets? Nearly every shot hit dead center. My speed of grasping techniques was far beyond what a first-timer should have. I felt it too. It wasn't just about my aim. It was something about my entire body. My reflexes, coordination, and ability to learn new movements were all starkly different compared to my previous life. That raised a question in my mind. What exactly are the limits of this new body? I decided it was time to test them. I'd never set foot in a gym before, but that wasn't an issue. I had the means to make anything happen. Money buys time, and time buys expertise. So I called down to the hotel front desk and made my request blatantly clear. Female, professional, beautiful, fit, and young. The tone of the receptionist instantly became 3 times more accommodating. It seems when you're staying in the presidential suite, no request is too outrageous. By the time I pulled up to the hotel entrance, someone was already waiting for me. She wore a light green sports tank top and high-cut yoga shorts, paired with over-the-knee white socks that hugged her toned legs perfectly. In her early 20s, her complexion was a healthy golden tan with a touch of fairness. Her smile was brisk, her voice crisp. Zhang Mingyao, my personal trainer for the day. As I followed her to the fitness area, I mentally gave her a thorough evaluation. She passed. In the private training zone, the session began with a basic assessment before developing a plan. Zhang Mingyao asked me what I wanted to test that day, and I told her I wanted to find my physical limits. In truth, I wasn't sure of the answer myself. Using the Smith machine, I began with an empty barbell at 20 kilograms and pushed it as easily as lifting a feather. Raising the weight to 40 kilograms, then 60 kilograms, then 80 kilograms, it still felt like nothing. Zhang Mingyao furrowed her brows. For a normal first-timer, even the empty bar can rattle and wobble precariously. Yet here I was, benching 80 kilos with better form than her demo. As she moved to add another 10 kilograms, I stood abruptly and started piling on the plates myself, bringing it straight to 150 kilograms in one go. Zhang Mingyao panicked, stepping in to stop me. "Mr. Liu, you'll hurt yourself at this rate. The machine has safety rails." "Don't worry, I just want to try." At 150 kilograms, the lift took effort, but I managed. And I didn't stop. I kept going. The weight finally maxed out at 220 kilograms. Zhang Mingyao stood frozen beside me, her mouth slightly open, unable to utter a single word. To put things in perspective, the national record for bench pressing was just over 300 kilograms, and those athletes trained for decades and optimized their physiques scrupulously. Yet here I was, muscles piled high like a mountain. Me? I look lean, even borderline skinny, with no noticeable muscle definition. First time stepping into a gym, lifting 220 kilograms. Who the hell is this guy? Sweat dripped from my face as I motioned for her to keep up and move on to the next exercise. The entire afternoon, Zhang Mingyao was oscillating between two states, correcting my form and being floored by the new records I was constantly setting. By the time we wrapped up the last move, she was drenched in sweat herself, her workout tank top completely soaked. It was clear she was utterly worn out, all thanks to this so-called beginner. I clapped my hands and glanced at her, grinning. "All right, let's head to my suite. Take a shower. I'll shoot the class fees over to you." Zhang Mingyao froze for a second. "Don't overthink it. The suite's huge. Separate showers." I shrugged. Her face turned red, but she nodded. Feeling sticky from sweat is seriously uncomfortable. Plus, when she got the call earlier, she hadn't anticipated breaking this much of a sweat and ended up bringing nothing with her. She knew full well, though, a place like a presidential suite never lacks anything. What truly left her perplexed, though, was something else. Those eyes, that look in them while pushing 220 kilograms. It wasn't the look of someone challenging their limits. It was more like someone confirming something they already suspected. While I was busy attending to some work on my phone, the bathroom door creaked open slightly. Zhang Mingyao stepped out, wearing a bathrobe, her hair wrapped in a white towel, her face flushed to an absurd degree. The reason? She only had one set of clothes, which had been thoroughly drenched in sweat. When she went in to shower, she'd thrown them into the washer-dryer combo. The drying would take half an hour, and staying in the bathroom that whole time wasn't exactly an option. So now she was left with no choice but to wrap herself tightly and wait. She sat on the sofa, while I puffed on a cigar, fiddling with my phone, paying her little heed. The quiet waiting seemed to make her increasingly uneasy. When the washer-dryer finally let out a beep beep beep, she sprung up and dashed towards the bathroom. Too quickly, tripping her left foot over her right. And then came a loud, ouch, as she tumbled to the carpet. The bathrobe followed suit. I balanced the cigar between my fingers, my gaze darkening for a second before I casually shifted my eyes back, scratching my chin. Zhang Mingyao scrambled back to her feet in panic, rewrapping herself and turning back towards me. You didn't see anything, did you?" "I saw everything." Her face reddened so much it looked like it could burst, and she bolted into the bathroom, slamming the door behind her. When she came out, she was fully dressed, though her knees were visibly red from the fall. She didn't linger long, uttering a quick, "Mr. Liu, I'll be taking off now," before rushing out the door. I called out, "Your session fee," but she was gone. Scoffing lightly, I transferred 30,000 directly to her. 4 sessions in an afternoon, 6 grand each. Numbers are numbers. I wasn't going to shortchange her. But even though the math was right, I still couldn't shake my frustration. Scrolling through my phone, I opened the contact labeled Boss and sent a quick text. Same place. Be there in 30. Don't forget the war gown. Meanwhile, in a high-end condo, Cheng Ying was having dinner with her husband, dressed in purple lace lingerie, her toes idly playing with her slippers under the table, clearly in a good mood. Her phone buzzed, and she glanced at the screen. Her toes stopped. Her smile froze. "What's wrong, honey?" Duan Yong, her husband, looked up in concern. "Nothing, just need to take a call." She smiled faintly, excused herself, and walked into the bedroom, closing the door behind her. The smile on her face disappeared entirely. They'd agreed to sever all ties after he went abroad. She'd even buried that part of her past deep down. This past week of no communication had allowed her to finally breathe, and maybe, somewhere deep inside, feel a vague, inexplicable sense of loss. Still, she had convinced herself that it was over and that her life had returned to its normal course. But then, this text arrived. She stood in the bedroom for a long time, her mind racing in circles. Burn bridges? Go all out. But if it came down to that, what about everything that happened before? How could she survive that fallout? And the thing about these situations is, they never happened just once. She'd known for a long time now that there was no way out. Taking a deep breath, she left the bedroom and smiled at her husband. "Work thing came up last minute. I'll have to stay late." Duan Yong immediately stood up, eager to please. "Want me to drive you?" Looking at this man in front of her, Chung Ying couldn't quite describe the churn of emotions in her heart. She waved him off lightly and walked out. That phone call took less than 30 seconds to shatter Duan Yong's world. On the other end was Xiaoling, Chung Ying's assistant, her voice tinged with urgency as she asked why Ying's phone wasn't reachable. Apparently, a client had already arrived at the office, waiting outside. Xiaoling wanted to know if Duan could get in touch with her. Half asleep, Duan Yong casually replied. She probably worked late last night and hasn't bounced back yet. A split-second pause on the other end. "Worked late? Boss, we haven't had any night work for ages." Just that one simple sentence. Duan Yong didn't say another word. Xiaoling's voice continued to press for answers, but his mind had already gone blank. No late work. No overtime. If Chung Ying was working late, there's no way I wouldn't know. Even if I wasn't with her, there's no reason I wouldn't have heard about it. But my wife told me she pulled a late one and then didn't come home. My thoughts began to rewind. Lately, Chung Ying's been glowing with health, stable in her moods, and hasn't been pushing me about. About what? That's the darkest secret I've been keeping. I'm impotent. I overdid it with fitness supplements, wrecking my kidneys. The doctor said I'd need to stop everything and nurse my health for at least a year or two before I had any chance of fully recovering. Even the blue pills aren't an option anymore. The doctor made it clear. Keep it up, and I'll be permanently out of commission. I haven't even told Chung Ying. I've been dodging it with excuses and, when unavoidable, forcing down one last dose of medication to struggle through the night. Just yesterday, I had made up my mind to come clean, to own up, and pause everything to get better, even if it meant Chung Ying would have to endure that with me for a while. I stared at the reflection in the mirror. The body I went to such extremes to craft. Bulging muscles, I had everything, and yet, I had nothing. But now, I've realized, Chung Ying had stopped waiting for me long ago. Last night, before she left, she called me a coward. Her words stung as she clicked away in her high heels, not even sparing me a glance over her shoulder. At the time, I thought she was just venting. Now I know where she went. And what she was doing with that man, I don't dare to think about it in detail. Still, the image has already burned itself into my mind, haunting me no matter how hard I try to push it away. What I didn't know is that last night, the man pinning Chung Ying down was Lu Feng. He leveraged a damning video to force her into a corner. Chung Ying hated him, called him a bastard. But in the end, she showed up at that hotel room. Afterward, she lay on the carpet, swearing she would never, not in a billion years, marry him. She said that even if he were the last man standing on this earth, she wouldn't stoop to asking for his help. Lu Feng just chuckled, cigar in hand, casually glancing at the date on his phone. To him, Chung Ying was irrelevant. A pawn, nothing more. He didn't care in the slightest whether she married him or not. He was waiting for something else. Chung Ying was embezzling company funds, and her secret was about to blow wide open in a matter of days. His words were chilling. When that day comes, you'll be the one begging me on your knees to save you. Chung Ying had laughed so hard she cried, calling him delusional. Both of them thought they were in control, holding the upper hand. Both believed the other was just a piece on the board. Meanwhile, I sat at the edge of my bed, holding my phone in my hand. Xiao Ling's voice on the other end of the line kept going, but I wasn't absorbing a word. I wasn't angry, just hollow. It was as if something in my mind had been severed with a clean cut, leaving me suspended in an endless void, unsure of where to fall. I'd been betrayed. I was impotent, emasculated. My wife hadn't even come home last night. And the bitter irony? I'd spent yesterday evening rehearsing my confession, ready to apologize, prepared to tell her I was at fault and that she didn't deserve to be hurt. I pictured her last night again. That graceful figure walking out the door, those endless legs, the sound of her high heels tapping the floor, sharp and rhythmic. In that moment, I'd felt something stir, a flicker of warmth, a lingering passion. Lu Feng received a call while he was working out with Zhang Mingyao. Zhao Long was curt. The escape pod has arrived. Lu Feng dropped everything, offered Mingyao a quick goodbye, and headed straight for Tiandun Corporation. Affairs with women could wait. His own survival couldn't. A crowd had gathered at the company entrance, buzzing with curiosity as they gawked at the 3-meter-tall, jet-black sphere. It was Tiandun's state-of-the-art escape pod, top-tier tech with a price tag just shy of $10 million. Buying something like this in times of peace? Most employees thought it was an outrageous waste of money. But the moment Zhao Long caught sight of Lu Feng, the scowl on his face morphed into a grin. Lu Feng circled the pod, scrutinizing it. Sleek, all black, and far more imposing in person than in any of the photos he'd seen. Per Zhao Long's instructions, he pressed his hand against the scanning panel. A brief pinprick of static tingled in his palm before blue light rippled out in concentric circles, and with a hiss, the hatch slid open. Palm print, DNA. Ownership locked in. The interior was lined with plush, shock-absorbing material. Directly ahead was a mounted digital display, linked to external cameras that provided a full 360-degree view of the surroundings. Overhead were readouts for weather conditions, radiation indexes, and the pod's status, all seemingly irrelevant data for now. But Lu Feng knew that someday, this information could mean the difference between life and death. He stepped out of the pod and gave a single, terse command: send it to the factory on the outskirts of the city. The transport truck followed him out to the edge of town. The escape pod was unloaded, and after the workers smoked a few farewell cigarettes, the crowd dispersed. Once alone, Lu Feng closed the factory doors. Turning back, he quietly stored the escape pod inside a hidden compartment. Even Zhao Long had no clue where the pod would ultimately end up. His phone buzzed again. This time, it was He Xiaoyu, the college student organizing a group to collect and download online materials for him. We've got too much inventory, Xiaoyu said. The rented storage space is almost full. I'm thinking of bringing a batch your way. Lu Feng shot over the address. Soon after, a cargo truck rolled up to the factory, a rusty old van trailing behind it like it was about to fall apart. The moment the side doors slid open, a dozen or so students jumped out, their youthful energy lighting up the place. He Xiaoyu wasted no time, shouting, "Yo, Brother Feng," before introducing his crew. With coordinated precision, they all got to work unloading the truck. Strength and numbers made the job quick. Once the equipment was stowed in the factory alongside Lu Feng's already considerable stockpile, he took inventory and did a mental calculation. Still a long way to go, but the plan was on track. What he didn't realize was that today, Cheng Ying's whereabouts had been exposed. When Duan Yong got the call, he fell silent for a long moment, then muttered, "I see," before hanging up. His hands trembled, his veins bulged, and after a rage-filled outburst, he finally regained his composure. He hadn't planned to act immediately. Killing was illegal, after all. And besides, if that woman panicked and revealed what his sister had done, he'd be screwed too. When calm set in, everything crystallized. There was no reason to hesitate. They'd already decided to pin the blame on someone else. He was already ruined and humiliated. Why not go through with it? His sister could do one last gig. Sell discounted memberships at the gym, rake in the cash, and disappear. Let Qingying deal with the fallout. He himself could head to his Lux mansion overseas. Once his health was back on track, everything would be just fine. Cheng Ying remained in her office, oblivious, assuming all was business as usual. 2 clocks. Same time passing, but ticking at different speeds. Meanwhile, the neighborhood group chat was ablaze like water boiling over. Zhao Lily's family had been stirring the pot, spreading every imaginable version of the scumbag story throughout hallways, elevators, and chat groups. Not even Lu Qingqing remained untouched by the deluge of gossip. Zhao Lily's self-penned manifestos were calculated to the word, painting her as the innocent victim, a pure, wronged soul. As for me, I was modern-day Benedict Arnold. No, worse, 1,000 times worse. Keyboard warriors in the chat group piled on with fervor. Auntie Zheng demanded I be kicked out of the neighborhood. Brother Wang showed off his tattooed fists, vowing to beat me to a pulp if he ever saw me, only to then get redirected by women in the group complimenting his muscles. I sat back in the second-floor office of the factory on the outskirts of town, one leg propped up on the desk, enjoying a shoulder massage from someone behind me while another person worked on my legs. My iPad was in hand, and I was watching the group chat explode with insults. I watched for a while, a smirk tugging at the corner of my mouth. Then I tapped a few times on the screen. I sent a red envelope to the group. It was just 1 yuan divided into 100 portions. The moment the red envelope appeared, the insults immediately stopped. It didn't matter how much money was in it. A red envelope was still a red envelope. Fingers were faster than emotions, and within seconds, all the money was claimed. Someone even dropped a thank you sticker in the chat. When Aunt Zheng saw how much she got, 0.001 yuan, she nearly burst a blood vessel. The group quickly realized the person sending out the red envelope was me. This discovery fueled the insults, which grew even more intense. Someone even demanded the group admin kick me out. I just chuckled, not bothering to respond. This group chat, I had purchased it for 3,000 yuan from the admin. If I were to get kicked out, I'd have to be the one giving the green light for it to happen. While the tension in the chat was still boiling, I received a private message from Aunt Lin. Her tone was sincere, practically dripping with flattery. She told me she believed I wasn't the kind of person they'd accused me of being. She said Zhao Lily was just a backward country girl trying to attach herself to someone way out of her league. Then, she threw in a mention of her own daughter being home recently and casually suggested that I stop by for dinner. Smart people are smart for a reason. No matter how loudly the group yelled, they couldn't shout away the apartment complex under my name. Aunt Lin knew exactly what counted. I set the iPad down, deciding I had no patience to deal with these people any longer. Outside, the roar of engines started up. Trucks began rolling through the factory gates in a seemingly endless line, delivering coal powder. 50 trucks arrived as the first round, with even more coming in subsequently. I went downstairs to supervise for a bit, gave specific instructions on where to unload the goods, and then headed back up. It took 2 full days just to unload and store the entire batch of coal powder. This operation wasn't small by any means. When the towering coal mounds vanished in just half an hour, I simply stood there and watched. The colossal piles shrank bit by bit as they disappeared into seemingly thin air, leaving behind only a fine residue on the ground. Energy issues? Consider them solved. Centuries' worth of fuel was now compressed into a dimension no one could see, packed away silently, as though nothing extraordinary had happened. Once everything was locked up in the warehouse, I didn't linger. There was still much to do, and time was ticking. 3 days later, Zhao Long called. He said the safe house was complete. I rushed over. As soon as the elevator doors opened, I saw Zhao Long already waiting in the hallway. The entire triplex was ready, with 3 levels of sleek modern design. I toured the place thoroughly, top to bottom. What can I say? Money talks, and the results showed. The walls, flooring, the ceiling, all covered in steel. The terrace was entirely sealed off with reinforced glass. Every entrance between floors had been replaced with code-locked security doors, and even the individual rooms had locks installed. The rooftop garden was perfectly manicured, the pool filled to the brim with crystal-clear water. Standing on the terrace and looking down at the view below, it felt like a different world altogether. Yet, the highlight wasn't any of that. Zhao Long led me into the master bedroom and opened a concealed door hidden behind a wardrobe. It revealed a control room. There was a single desk, a computer, and a full wall of surveillance screens covering every angle imaginable in the house. 0 blind spots. Temperature controls, power generation, code-locked doors, window mechanisms. Everything was manageable from this one station. It was on its own independent network, with physical safeguards preventing any hacker from getting access to it. Zhao Long even handed over a smartwatch that allowed remote control of everything when I wasn't home. I registered my credentials for top-level admin access. Palm print, iris scan, DNA verification, and password. 4 layers of security, all required. After Zhao Long left, I stood alone on the rooftop terrace. I lit a cigar, braced for some kind of surge of emotion, but there was only calm. The plan had progressed to this point. Now, there was just one thing left to do: move in. Meanwhile, at apartment 501 of Building 7 in the old complex of Fortune Community, the door I used to call home, Zhao Lily sat in a chair, heavily pregnant, her expression dazed and her eyelids drooping. She had been waiting there for several days now. Originally, her brother had promised to keep her company while she staked out, but Zhao Digang didn't have the patience for something so tedious. In just a few days, he'd come up with an excuse and disappeared, leaving her to wait alone. A very pregnant woman sitting in front of a door that wouldn't open, waiting for an ex who had vanished without a trace. She couldn't figure it out. Why wasn't I showing up? From her perspective, it never should have come to this. A fight between the two of us. She wouldn't take it seriously. It was just another way of staking her emotional claim. Besides, she was carrying my child. What would I do? In her mind, I'd eventually come around, apologize, and beg her back. She thought she simply needed to wait it out. That had always been her assumption. But now, it was as if I had vanished into thin air, not replying to her at all. The wind outside was getting colder, the sky darker, her belly heavier, and the door in front of her remained sealed tight. She was starting to panic without truly understanding why. She just had this gnawing feeling. Something wasn't right anymore. Zhao Lily had been staking out that dilapidated old building for days. Her belly was growing visibly larger, but so was the ever-turning wheel of calculations in her head. Life hadn't been easy for her during that time, though she didn't dare let it show. After falling out with Lu Feng, she almost couldn't scrape together rent for the first month, 50,000 yuan. Without any financial support from him, she'd had to sell her gold bracelet and pawn a good luck charm just to make ends meet. She didn't dare breathe a word of this to her family. If she did, her mom would have slapped her on the spot. But news of Lu Feng buying property and making a name for himself still managed to reach her family. Her parents, her brother, everyone began to dream aloud about the future they could share in, only to discover that she and Lu Feng were estranged. That hope transformed quickly into pressure, a suffocating weight pressing down on her. Though they tried to show her some leniency, she knew it wouldn't last forever. Their patience had limits, and time was running out. She had no way out. She had to win Lu Feng back. But how? Rely? On what? I glanced down at my stomach. This child wasn't Lu Feng's, only I knew that. But as long as I firmly refused to admit it, what could Lu Feng do? He's a man. There's no real way for him to confirm anything about the child. I didn't believe he could truly be that heartless. This was my last card to play, and I thought it was my strongest one. Until the elevator doors opened, and I saw Lu Feng step out. I almost threw myself at him, tears immediately streaming down my face. My grievances, longing, and scheming all mixed together. But Lu Feng sidestepped swiftly, dodging me as if I were a rock falling from the sky. I steadied myself against the wall and called out, "Honey." Lu Feng's face was emotionless. Instead, he responded dryly, "Are you out of your mind?" Panic rose in my chest, so I played my trump card without hesitation. "If you don't want me, fine. But what about our child?" Lu Feng let out a cold laugh. "Are you sure it's my child?" His words hit me like a bucket of icy water poured over my head. For a brief moment, fear and panic gripped me, but I quickly steeled myself. He had to be bluffing. There was no way he could really know. I moved closer to him, putting on my best display of vulnerability. "This is our baby," I said, my voice trembling with hurt. Lu Feng backed up 2 steps, deliberately avoiding even a trace of contact with me, as if afraid any accidental brush would incriminate him. "You know the truth better than anyone," he said, his tone detached. "I don't have time to waste on you. Go back to wherever you came from." And with that, he entered the apartment and locked the door from the inside. I stood frozen outside for a moment, then completely lost control. Furious and hysterical, I started pounding on the door with my fists. My yelling, cursing, pleading, all of it spilled out in an incoherent mess, fueled by months of pent-up anger and anguish. My screams grew louder and more frenzied, echoing through the hallway. But inside the apartment, there wasn't the faintest response. In reality, Lu Feng had put on noise-canceling headphones and was humming along to some music as he carefully packed up the last of his belongings. He had only returned here to collect his things. His real refuge, a safe house, was already set up elsewhere. The more I spiraled into a meltdown, the more at ease he seemed. The elevator dinged again. Out stepped my younger brother, Zhao Digang, holding a takeout bag. He froze for a second at the scene unfolding before him. Then, after hearing me shriek that Lu Feng was inside, his eyes lit up with fury. He dropped the food, grabbed an axe from a nearby fire safety cabinet, and stormed toward Lu Feng's door. Lu Feng, you coward. You think you can use her and just walk away? I'll kill you. The axe struck the reinforced steel door several times, creating deep dents, but failing to break it. Doors in older neighborhoods like ours weren't so easily destroyed. Then, a neighboring door creaked open. Out stepped a woman clad in a black silk pajama set, her face shadowed by irritation from having been rudely awakened. She cast a sharp, exhausted glare toward Zhao Digang. This was Lu Xiran, a highly educated, overseas-trained doctor specializing in obstetrics and gynecology. As the head of the maternity department at Tianhai First Hospital, she'd only just managed to get some rest after an all-night surgery. Her eyes scanned the two of us, siblings standing amid chaos, and the battered door before us. She opened her mouth, her tone icy and unimpressed. What on earth are you two doing? By the time the door finally swung open, a crowd of curious onlookers from the neighborhood had gathered. They were expecting an outrageous soap opera spectacle, a scumbag boyfriend dragged out and forced to own up to his responsibilities. None of them could have predicted that the greatest drama yet was about to unfold, not because of Lu Feng, but because of me, the crying woman who'd just managed to completely ruin her own credibility. When Lu Feng finally emerged, the door riddled with dents, his gaze briefly swept over it before landing on Zhao Digang. Without saying a word, he grabbed Zhao's collar and delivered 2 sharp slaps across his face. Zhao staggered, his resolve crumbling along with his strength. He clung desperately to dreams of money, some delusional idea of a 200 million yuan payout, but he couldn't even stand up properly. The neighbors erupted into a chorus of gasps and accusations. Even Dr. Lu Xiran, all professionalism aside, joined in, pointing at Lu Feng and loudly berating him as a man devoid of decency. But Lu Feng's response was calm and cutting. Her pregnancy has nothing to do with me. No one believed him. It sounded too much like a lame excuse, a blatant lie to shirk responsibility. Everyone had seen how I'd camped outside his door for days, weeping countless tears. Even Dr. Lu Xiran, who despised men like him to her very core, immediately began arguing with him. Before things could escalate further, I collapsed, doubling over, clutching my stomach, my complexion drained of blood. A pool of liquid spread beneath me. It was amniotic fluid, but the amount wasn't right. Lu Xiran's sharp eyes caught it at a glance. It was too dangerous to wait for an ambulance. She took control on the spot. Under her instructions, I was carried into her apartment. All men were ordered out, and a handful of older women neighbors were called in to assist until the paramedics arrived. Meanwhile, Lu Feng leaned against a wall outside, pulling his phone out of his pocket. His thoughts weren't on me, not even for a moment. The question rattling around his head was far more pressing. Why was this happening so much earlier than before? In his previous life, it had taken an entire month after the arrival of the extreme Ice Age-like apocalypse for Zhao Lily to go into labor. Why was it so soon this time? What Lu Feng didn't know was that these past few days had taken a massive toll on me, physically, mentally, and emotionally. Between my constant distress, exhaustion, and absorbing my brother's misdirected rage, it was a small miracle I hadn't miscarried already. Early labor was practically inevitable. Roughly 40 minutes later, the door to Lu Xiran's apartment opened. The older women who'd been assisting filed out first, their faces clouded with awkward expressions. They huddled together near the hallway, whispering among themselves and exchanging wary glances with the neighbors. Moments later, Lu Xiran emerged, issuing a curt command for everyone to disperse. Behind her, medics carefully carried me out on a stretcher. The early labor made immediate hospitalization necessary. Another medic followed right behind, cradling a tiny bundle wrapped in cloth. That's when everyone saw it. And that's when everything changed. I looked up just then, catching a glimpse, and then I laughed. I laughed so hard I nearly collapsed under the weight of it all, the sheer absurdity of the situation. You've got to be kidding me. I managed to choke out through fits of laughter. You're telling me that's my kid? The baby the medic was holding had dark skin. For an instant, the hallway crowd fell into total silence. And then, like a match dropped into dry kindling, the place exploded in a cacophony of gasps, murmurs, and judgmental whispers. People who had moments ago been calling Lu Feng a heartless jerk, who had passionately declared their support for me, abruptly fell silent. Their righteous indignation dissipated like smoke in the air. Zhao Lily, the same woman who'd cried, shouted, and caused a massive scene, had just given birth to a black baby while insisting it belonged to Lu Feng. The story spread through the apartment complex faster than wildfire, even faster than the news of my labor. But amidst it all, I stood in the hallway quietly laughing. Not bitterly, not angrily, just laughing, uncontrollably. Somewhere among the chatter, I overheard a neighbor remark that I must have lost my mind from heartbreak or been crushed under the weight of it all. I wiped the tears of laughter from my eyes and let my smile wane. My gaze dropped, heavy thoughts stirring silently within me. A sudden thought struck me. What does this have to do with me? But the real drama unfolded with Zhao Digang, Zhao Lily's younger brother. His face was so swollen it resembled a pig's head, still reeling from the scolding he'd just endured. Now, this new bombshell hit him straight on. He stood there, a flustered mess, mumbling nonsensical phrases about mutations and excessive soy sauce consumption. The more he spoke, the more incoherent he became, like someone flailing on shore, unable to grab hold of a rescue line. The child was the family's final card, their last gamble. And now, that card had completely crumbled in their hands. Without sparing him another glance, I shut the door and walked away. Oddly, my mood was exceptionally light as I hummed a tune on my way to the new neighborhood. In a shaded gazebo, two elderly women were chatting away. Inside the baby stroller before them weren't infants, but two small dogs. One of the women recognized me immediately, her eyes lighting up mischievously. She hadn't yet heard the latest gossip about Zhao Lily, so in her version of reality, I was still the scoundrel who seduced and abandoned. In this neighborhood, my reputation was barely above that of an outcast. "Watch how I teach him a lesson," she said to her companion. She picked up a little Pomeranian from the stroller, pointing in my direction. "Go on, sweetie. Bite him." The Pomeranian bared its tiny teeth and darted toward me. The old lady settled back into her seat, a smug smile on her face, ready to enjoy the spectacle. Hearing the commotion, I turned my head, spotted the dog barreling toward me, and instinctively raised my foot. This wasn't a gentle nudge, but an honest-to-God kick. My strength at that moment sent the Pomeranian flying a good 7 or 8 meters. It hit the ground with a shrill yelp and went completely silent. The elderly woman's expression instantly changed. Her legs, which she often claimed were weak and aching, suddenly moved with astonishing speed. She rushed over to pick up her beloved dog, shaking it frantically. No response. "My baby, oh my baby," she wailed. Collapsing onto the ground, her anguished cries were so heart-wrenching they soon attracted a small crowd of curious passers-by. When they got closer and realized she was crying over a dog, several of her neighbors, secretly sick of her antics, quietly felt a twisted sense of satisfaction. That Pomeranian, emboldened by its owner's arrogance, had menaced the neighborhood for ages. The woman never bothered leashing it, and anyone who dared object got an earful, often for 30 minutes straight. Today seemed like karmic payback. After a tear-filled performance, the old woman scrambled to her feet and charged angrily at me. She hadn't made it more than a few steps before she tripped, landing face first and knocking out a couple of teeth. "Help! Murder!" she shrieked, writhing dramatically on the ground, moaning in exaggerated agony. I stood there grinning. "That's your kid? I've got just one question. How on earth did you give birth to a mutt?" She shook with fury, too enraged to form a coherent retort, and instead fumbled to retrieve her phone, dialing someone frantically. After ending her call, she glared at me venomously. "Don't go anywhere. Just wait right here." I shrugged nonchalantly, turning on my heel and leaving without a care. It wasn't long before a burly man stormed onto the scene. After helping his mother up, he made a beeline for me. Without saying a word, he swung his arm wide and aimed a slap straight at my face. I intercepted his blow with a single slap of my own. He cursed and came at me again. Sidestepping his swing, I discreetly glanced at the building nearby, taking note of the surveillance camera mounted on the corner. Perfect. A plan began forming in my mind. Self-defense. Always put that on the record first. Guys like this. Every neighborhood has one or two. Hu Xiangdong had lived here for years, making everyone miserable for just as long. His Pomeranian once defecated inside an elevator. When the neighbors dared to complain to the property management, he camped outside their door with a knife, hurling insults for days. He eventually smeared dog poop all over their front door and only backed down after extorting 500 yuan as a so-called settlement. It wasn't that no one wanted to teach him a lesson. It was that no one had the guts to. But today, I volunteered. I stayed perfectly still, not taking a single step back or raising my hand beyond the minimum effort. Each time Hu Xiangdong charged at me, I slapped him back. Hard. Crisp, resounding slaps echoed through the air, each one landing square on his face. After just a few rounds, his face swelled up so badly he resembled a pig's head. Ultimately, he collapsed onto the ground, unable to get back up. The onlookers, a growing crowd of neighbors, relished the moment in silence, savoring the poetic justice like a fine wine. But it wasn't over yet. The old woman, seeing her son thoroughly humiliated and knowing she'd fare no better if she tried her luck with me, pivoted tactics. She called the cops and immediately began rattling off an absurd demand for compensation. "You're rich, aren't you?" she sneered. "Here's how it's gonna be. $30,000 for my son's medical bills and emotional trauma. Plus, my Pomeranian spent over 3 years with me. Between dog food and vet visits, I've spent at least 10 grand. Easy. And you can't put a price on emotional damage. But let's say I'm being nice and settle for 20,000. Altogether, that's $50,000. Pay up, or prepare to spend some quality time in jail." Her performance was Oscar-worthy, tears and all. Lounging on a nearby bench with my legs crossed, I didn't so much as twitch. "Lady, you've lost it," I said dryly. With no intention of dignifying her absurd demands, I sat back and waited. The community security officers arrived surprisingly fast. Her frantic 911 call must have scared them. What with her claims that someone had been killed? 3 officers, 2 men and a woman, approached us at a brisk pace. My eyes briefly swept over the female officer and lingered for a moment. She was dressed in a perfectly tailored uniform that emphasized her excellent physique. With a 9.5 out of 10 attractiveness, she carried herself with commanding presence. Slim-waisted, with flattering contours, her appearance was captivating. A couple of buttons on her shirt seemed to be struggling valiantly against the strain. She reminded me of the bunny cop from that animated movie, only in real life. Even more impressive. One of the male officers with a noticeable hooked nose caught my lingering gaze and immediately scowled, clearly disliking me on sight. Before I could explain anything, the elderly woman threw herself at the security team, becoming even more agitated. "My son was just trying to play. But this monster kicked him, killed him," she cried dramatically, glossing over as much as she could. "And when I tried to confront him, he attacked me too. And now look at my other son. Beaten black and blue. We're innocent victims. He's an absolute menace." The female officer, whose name tag read Officer Xiaoyu, furrowed her brow and asked sharply, "Wait a second. Did you just say your son was killed?" The old woman nodded emphatically, still in tears. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu reached for her hip, withdrawing her sidearm and pointing it squarely at me. Her movements were practiced, steady. Yet as her chest heaved from her quickened breath, I noticed the strain on her uniform's buttons again. It reminded me of that rabbit cop from an animated classic, though Officer Xiaoyu in live action was something else entirely. The officer with the hooked nose followed suit immediately, drawing his own weapon. Judging by how tightly he gripped the handle, he was itching for any excuse to act. "Murderer," his posture growled, "just try resisting." For a moment, I faltered internally, but remained calm, my ace in the hole still ready. Hidden in front of me, a dimensional portal shimmered quietly in place. A sliver of awareness crept into my mind. I didn't crouch down, but my brain was already weighing the options. Should I just pull out the gun right then and there? At that crucial moment, the eldest of the male security officers cleared his throat and spoke unhurriedly. Ahem. Xiao Yu, Xiao Wang. Put the guns away for now. Look over there. The two turned their heads and saw a dead dog lying not far away. Xiao Yu frowned and turned to the distressed woman. Your son is? My son died a horrible death. The woman rushed over, cradled the Pomeranian in her arms, and wailed as if the whole world had wronged her. Xiao Yu slowly tucked his gun back into its holster, his expression a mix of speechlessness and suppressed laughter. This farce had seemingly come to a temporary pause. But the $500,000 dispute was still unresolved. The lady officer was still present, and the door next to me remained slightly ajar. How things would ultimately unfold was still up in the air. No one saw it coming when the woman suddenly grabbed a nearby round stool. Bang, bang, bang. 3 blows, and sparks flew from the monitor screens as they went completely dark. The scene was so unexpected that it stunned everyone into silence for a couple of seconds before one of the security officers roared angrily. Hu Xiangdong rushed forward and bear-hugged his mom, tears and snot streaming down as if his father had just died. Ma, why are you acting up again? While he was shouting this, he was already scheming in his head on how to milk this situation for money. The cameras weren't functional anymore, but a physical altercation had indeed occurred. The guy couldn't weasel out of that. What a shame his mother was too eager with her destruction. She overlooked a critical detail. I pointed to the computer tower sitting quietly to the side. The footage is stored in there. The monitors are dead, but the data's still intact. Want to have your mom act up again and smash the server as well. Hu Xiangdong and his mother froze in place. The security technician swapped out the monitor, and the video played back frame by frame. Everything was crystal clear. It was Hu Xiangdong who charged at me repeatedly, while I simply knocked him down without pursuing him further. That's called self-defense. The eldest officer insisted Hu issue an official apology. But as soon as the mother heard that, she plopped down on the ground, clapping her hands and shrieking, "Outrageous! Someone can hit my son and still not get punished, and now you demand an apology from us. What kind of justice is this?" Seeing no one paying her any mind, she crawled over and grabbed onto the officer's leg, wiping her nose on his pants before anyone could react. This kind of person, you can't hit, scold, or detain them. They exist solely to enrage others with their antics. I barely glanced at her and said flatly, "Forget it. Apologies from people like this are as useless as hot air." The eldest officer threw me a grateful look, but I wasn't done. I continued, "Fine, no apology needed then. But you'll have to pay for the broken monitor, right?" The mother immediately began throwing a tantrum again, but this time the officer put his foot down. "Pay up, or it's detention." The security technician even pulled up the invoice for the monitor, $5,499. Hu Xiangdong stopped his mother and, with a face dark as thunder, grudgingly transferred the payment via his phone. Before leaving, he shot me a venomous glare that practically screamed, "This isn't over." But what could he do about it now? They left. After dealing with this mess, the 3 security officers were preparing to leave too. I took 2 steps forward to block the path of the pretty female officer with the doll-like face and grinned. "Hey, beautiful. Could I get your number?" Xiao Wang, the officer with the big nose, looked as though he could stab me on the spot. The eldest officer gave me a sneaky glance, silently marveling at my audacity. This young lady wasn't just any cop. She was here on temporary assignment for experience building, and her standards were sky-high. Plenty had tried and failed to win her favor. As for Xiao Yu, the officer in question, her reaction. Back in the neighborhood, people were buzzing about me in the residents' group chat, claiming I'd gone off the rails. I scrolled through the chat on my phone, chuckled coldly, and said nothing. What was there to say? Should I tell them that in 3 days, a massive blizzard would seal the city? Should I explain that an extreme ice age scenario was about to befall us, and the pitiful stash of food they'd hoarded wouldn't last a week? No point. I simply put down my phone and continued waiting for my next delivery. I'd been making a lot of purchases over the past few days. Food, drinks, everyday necessities. Non-stop, 24/7. The security guard downstairs keeping tabs on deliveries was probably sick of me by now. The neighbors had their theories that I'd suffered some kind of breakdown. Someone even suggested in the group chat that my ex-girlfriend had a kid that wasn't mine, and I'd mentally snapped because of it. I snorted when I saw that message. Let them gossip. In 3 days, they'd realize who really had lost their mind. With the supplies situation largely sorted, I'd also scoped out some key spots: the Walmart warehouse in the eastern part of the city, and the docks too. When the deep freeze hit, I already knew where I'd head first, which routes to take, how to break in, and how much I could haul out. All that remained was to wait. But before the apocalypse could arrive, I got a call from Cheng-Ying. Help me. Just those 3 words, followed by what was unmistakably a choked sob. I furrowed my brow. Cheng-Ying was a manager who could handle people and situations with practiced finesse. This tone of voice wasn't something you heard from her often. Once she explained the situation, I roughly pieced it together. Duan Yong had found out about their relationship. He didn't make a fuss or confront her. Instead, he left a letter, laid everything out, then ran off with his sister, stealing some money on the way out. Before leaving, he'd also reported Cheng-Ying to the company. Now her furious boss had called the police, and security officers could show up at her door at any moment. Clean and precise, backstabbing on point. I lowered my head and thought for a few seconds. Should I help her? We were 3 days out from the apocalypse. If something went wrong during that time, then no amount of supplies hidden in a safe house could save me. If I froze to death, that'd be the end of it. Still, hiding someone for 2 or 3 days, that was doable. And honestly, I wasn't done having my fun. I can help you, I said, but on one condition. There was a brief pause on the other end of the call. I agree to anything, she replied. Call me honey. Cheng-Ying went silent. I could picture her face in that moment. She was usually sharp and composed, and yes, she'd called me that in the heat of the moment before. But to be forced to say it now, out of nowhere, anyone would hesitate. No? Fine. I'll hang up. Don't say that, husband. Your voice is too soft. I didn't hear you. There were 2 seconds of silence before she finally gave in completely. Husband, please save me. I couldn't help but laugh out loud before I started giving her instructions. There's an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city that I had rented. Next to it, there's a small wooded area. I told her to take a cab to the outskirts, walk into the woods, and wait for me there. Don't take the elevator. Use the stairs. Wear a loose-fitting nightgown to conceal her figure. Leave her phone and purse behind. Bring only enough cash for the cab, and keep an eye out for security cameras along the way. Cheng-Ying went quiet, memorizing each instruction one by one. When this woman feels cornered, she's actually far easier to deal with than usual. After hanging up, I drove to the outskirts. I lingered briefly at the warehouse, pretending to do something, and then drove off. There were no cameras in the area. The trail would stop cold once Cheng-Ying trekked into the woods. By the time I brought her to the hidden room, it would take the security team 2 to 3 days to locate her, if they even could. For an economic crime, not a homicide, resources would be limited. 10 minutes later, through the trees, I saw Cheng-Ying. She was clad in a baggy trench coat, her head wrapped in a scarf, nervously peeking out from behind the foliage. As I got closer, I noticed smudges on her face and stains on her clothing. Too much for just the grime of the journey. What happened to you? I asked. Cheng-Ying raised her head, about to speak. Cheng-Ying thought she was just hiding out for a few days and would flee the country once the heat died down. What she didn't know was that once she stepped through this door, it was never going to open for her again. I covered her tracks and provided her refuge. The safe house was one I had prepped in advance: bulletproof glass, a secure passcode door, and hidden storage stocked with everything needed to survive a catastrophe. A catastrophe I knew of, though no one else believed me yet. The impending ice age was coming. It was only a matter of time. As Cheng-Ying gazed at the apartment, which had cost far more to modify than its market value, she couldn't help but wonder if I was being a bit dramatic. I merely smiled and told her she'd understand soon enough, without explaining further. She didn't need to know yet. That night, as tears streamed down her face, she thanked me. Thank you, Lu Feng. I glanced at her. My former boss, usually so composed and commanding, now curled up on my couch, tearful and vulnerable. Her long legs were dressed in sheer black stockings, and she had taken off her trench coat. Slowly, I spoke. What do you call me? Cheng-Ying froze for a second before catching on. She bit her lip, hesitated, and then softly whispered, Daddy. When you're under someone's roof, you go along with them. I then brought out a flight attendant's uniform paired with the classic black patent leather heels with red soles, a look tailored to her ex-husband's twisted tastes. I casually asked if she still had Duan Yang's contact information in her phone. Cheng Ying immediately got the hint, her eyes lighting up. What could be a more satisfying revenge? She changed into the outfit and set up a video call. On the other end, Duan Yang was nearly apoplectic with rage. I stayed off-screen the entire time, leaving no evidence, no leverage, just the sight of his ex-wife in a meticulously chosen ensemble. That night, chaos ensued for hours. The next morning, sunlight poured into the bedroom. Still asleep, I was woken by the sound of my doorbell ringing. Checking the surveillance camera, I saw 3 security officials standing at my door. Among them, one caught my attention, a woman with a notable presence, someone I remembered from a previous case involving Hu Xiangdou. She had taken charge this time as well. I wasn't alarmed. The last call Cheng Ying made before disappearing was to me. I had foreseen this inevitable connection. Everything was prepared. The hidden room's concealment was professionally executed, blocking all tools or detection devices. Every contractor who worked on the project with Titan Shield signed strict confidentiality agreements. Leaking by even one of them would cost them everything they owned. Post-apocalypse, such agreements wouldn't matter, but for now, they were airtight. I deliberately took my time brushing my teeth, washing my face, and casually changing into silk pajamas. It was half an hour later when I finally opened the door. The lead officer immediately rebuked me for taking so long. Smiling, I allowed my gaze to linger slightly longer on her and teased, "Such a pleasant voice. It belongs to a righteous and beautiful officer of the law." Her cheeks instantly flushed, and she opened her mouth to fire back, only to be stopped by the older male officer beside her, who respectfully addressed me. "Mr. Liu, sorry to disturb you. This is our second meeting." As I lit a cigar, Hong Shuatao, an experienced investigator, was already sizing me up. His instincts, honed from years in the field, warned him. This man was far too composed, too calm for someone confronted with an unannounced police visit. He was here because Cheng Ying's last known call was with me. Surveillance footage from the residential area was still being combed through, but Hong Shuatao wanted to take a closer look, see if there was even the slightest crack in my facade. There wasn't. I even preemptively admitted to the call. I told them Cheng Ying and I were involved in an affair. I said she reached out to me for help before she met with trouble. I claimed I had urged her to surrender, but she had refused. My words flowed smoothly. My expression carried just the right mix of regret and helplessness. My cooperation was almost too seamless, tightening the knot of suspicion in Hong Shuatao's mind. He pressed on, asking about my whereabouts the previous day. I told him I had gone out in the afternoon to retrieve something from my rented factory. The younger officer, Yu Qingtong, slammed her hands on the table in frustration, accusing me of lying and saying I must have been there to hide someone. Her rushed, flustered tone was accompanied by the heaving of her chest. Her indignation was visible. A flicker of emotion crossed my face, but was quickly suppressed. I understood my position clearly. Old pros like Hong Shuatao wouldn't fall for tricks, but the current situation was one of information asymmetry. Without evidence, there was little they could do. Moreover, I knew something they didn't. The Ice Age was coming. When the day arrived, who would have the time to pursue someone like me? I turned to Hong Shuatao, speaking calmly. "Am I a suspect? If so, show me the evidence." Hong Shuatao sighed deeply before shifting tactics. He requested to conduct a search. They didn't have a warrant, but his stance was firm. I paused, flicking ash from my cigar into the tray. Slowly, I set it down and spoke. "Of course, you can search. But on one condition, this lady here owes me an apology first." Yu Qingtong's face turned beet red, her fury barely contained. Hong Shuatao called out her name with a stern face, demanding that she apologize. From a professional standpoint, he wasn't wrong. If I was hiding someone, it would be aiding and abetting, which is illegal. If I wasn't, then her attitude was inappropriate, and she did owe an apology. The reasoning made sense, but for Yu Qingtong, saying, "I'm sorry," felt more unbearable than swallowing a stone. She called him Uncle Hong, but was immediately corrected with, "Use my professional title while working." In the end, she stood in front of me, forced out those 2 words, but I pretended not to hear, dug into my ear, and asked her to say it again. louder. For nearly an hour, the three of them searched my place, even using infrared thermal imaging equipment, and found nothing. I sat in the living room playing video games, waiting for them to come out. With a smile, I asked, "So, how'd it go?" Hong Shuatao thanked me and asked that I contact him immediately if I had any news about Cheng Ying, then left with his two colleagues. As they left, Yu Qingtong gave me a sharp, angry glare. It said everything. She wasn't giving up. This wasn't over. What she didn't know, however, was that the time she had left might be shorter than the lifespan of this investigation. Countdown: 2 days. After I saw those three officers out, the first thing I did wasn't to relax. It was to head straight up to the 3rd floor and review the surveillance footage. I carefully re-examined every move they made in the room to confirm that no equipment was left behind. Only then did I return to the living room. I had planned ahead. If the police had actually found Cheng Ying, my fallback plan was simple. Neutralize all three of them, head to the Walmart warehouse and dock to clean out my supplies, then bunker down for a couple of days. With the weapons I had stockpiled and a few hostages, I knew surviving the initial chaos of the apocalypse wouldn't be that much of a problem. Luckily, it didn't come to that. I accessed the control panel of the hidden room and informed Cheng Ying it was safe to come out. After a moment, Cheng Ying peeked her head out from behind a 2nd-floor pillar. She scanned the area, ensuring it was just me, before cautiously descending the stairs. As she approached, she clutched her chest and said, half laughing, "That scared me to death." Grabbing an unopened bottle of water from the table, she gulped down a couple of sips, looked at me, and said, "Thank you." I raised an eyebrow and asked, "How exactly are you planning to thank me?" Cheng Ying bit her lip and stood up, walking toward me. This wasn't something easy for her to address, but she understood her situation perfectly. She had no one else to rely on but me. If she didn't keep me happy, she wasn't going to survive on her own. I didn't turn her down, but made one request. Make sure to film a video and send it to your husband. Meanwhile, the three police officers were discussing me in their squad car. The moment they left the building, Yu Qingtong declared that I seemed highly suspicious and suggested bringing me in immediately. Hong Shuatao quickly shut her down with a blunt question. "Do you have any evidence?" She didn't. So Hong instructed her and Officer Xiao Wang to stake out the building in plain clothes, while he went back to tracking Cheng Ying's movements elsewhere. With that, the two of them borrowed a patrol vehicle and parked it outside building number 8. For 2 straight days, they kept watch. During those 2 days, I didn't leave my apartment even once. Delivery after delivery flowed in, a steady stream of takeout and packages. From her car, Yu Qingtong grew increasingly suspicious. She couldn't fathom why a normal person would order so many deliveries. My neighbors, on the other hand, didn't think much of it. They chalked it up to heartbreak, convinced I had gone completely off the deep end. Even the security guard at the front desk didn't bother recording deliveries when they heard 3,801. They knew it was for me. Xiao Wang spent those 48 hours cooped up in the passenger seat. At one point, he wanted to step out for a cigarette, but was immediately vetoed by Yu Qingtong, who insisted she hated the smell of smoke. Annoyed, Xiao Wang sank back into his seat. 2 days, 0 progress. Inside, I quietly collected my deliveries and supplies. Everything remained calm and still. All the while, I knew someone was keeping an eye on me from outside. The absurdity of the situation was clear. The police thought they were tracking a potential suspect, but they had no idea that, in less than 48 hours, their entire investigation, this entire case, would become utterly meaningless. On the 2nd day, a new tenant moved into building number 8. They were hauling a lot of stuff, several cars packed with bags and boxes, all the way up to the 37th floor. The tenant kept themselves well covered, with a hat pulled low and large sunglasses hiding half their face. But Xiao Wang recognized her immediately. It was none other than the currently trending A-list celebrity, Yangmi. If he weren't on duty, and if Yu Qingtong weren't sitting right next to him, he would have rushed over for an autograph. 37th floor, apartment 3701. After her assistant helped her unpack, Yangmi took a shower. She lounged on the sofa in a white lace nightgown, casually snacking, her legs propped up high, with an air of complete relaxation. Her assistant, looking concerned, asked, "Are you sure you want to stay here alone?" Yangmi shrugged. "I just want some peace and quiet." She looked so at ease when she said it. Like this was the first time she'd truly been able to relax. Why she had chosen this building, why she wanted to get away from people. The story paused there with the words, "The last time I was drugged." But whatever the reason, she was here now. 37th floor. I was on the 38th. Upstairs, the countdown to the apocalypse had less than 2 days remaining. A major celebrity had just moved into the building. Yet, no one in the entire complex had any inkling of what was coming. Down in the patrol car, the watch from property management had grown tiresome and neglected. Standing at the edge of my balcony, I swept the area with my binoculars, spotting them instantly. I knew who Hong Shuatao had sent. Even at this point, they still hadn't let this matter drop. But tonight, I didn't have time to play their games. Tonight, there were more important tasks at hand. Downstairs, directly below me, Yangmi lay sprawled on her bed, lazily scrolling through a mobile game. Her pale legs swung idly back and forth, completely oblivious to the fact that the man she was looking for had been living just one floor above her this entire time. She had spent the past month cleaning up the mess of her divorce and canceled contracts. And purchasing this apartment? It wasn't for any specific reason, just an unexplainable sense of comfort. She had no idea how long this feeling could last, nor did she anticipate what this apartment would come to mean to her in just a few hours' time. I set my binoculars down and tilted my head back, gazing at the sky. It was rare to see stars like this in the city, the kind of night sky that whispered that something huge was coming. The moonlit night was sharp and clear, carrying a sense of stillness so subtle that it was almost indescribable. An ordinary person might find the night beautiful, but I knew it was the last night before the end of the world. Tomorrow, the extreme cold would descend, and I had been waiting precisely for this moment. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked briefly across the horizon before disappearing. In the next instant, every light in the city went out at the same time. Complete darkness pressed in from every direction. I was already moving. I crossed to the other side of the balcony, unhooked the high-rise rappelling device hanging there, and descended silently to the ground. Skirting around the neighborhood, I pulled a motorcycle out of my spatial storage, secured my helmet, and headed straight for the Walmart warehouse in the eastern part of the city. Tonight, stealth wasn't necessary. By tomorrow, the rules governing this city would be rewritten completely. In the wooded grove outside the warehouse, I changed into specialized tactical gear. Helmet, ballistic vest, knee pads, every vital area covered with blast-proof materials, and the rest made of bulletproof fabric. I walked toward the warehouse entrance, my pace unhurried and my movements entirely unhidden. A flashlight beam from the gatehouse swept across me as a voice with clumsy Chinese shouted, "Who are you?" Uft. The silencer emitted a soft sound, and the man collapsed with a bullet hole in his temple, his face still frozen in a final expression of shock. This wasn't the United States. Where on earth would he have gotten a gun? Without sparing him a glance, I stepped over the body and entered the storage area. Faint candlelight glimmered from the security division room, accompanied by the loud chatter of several men with thick American accents. They were drinking and boasting about the previous night, describing in vivid and vulgar detail how easy it was to pick up women at the bar. They laughed about how the women here just fall at your feet, no need for sweet talk, and it doesn't cost a dime. They talked about settling here and racking up 1,000 conquests. Laughter, clinking glasses, and the tinkling of bottles filled the air. I kicked the door open with a single motion. In the flickering candlelight, 6 faces, all startled, for white and 2 black, turned toward me at once. The first man to speak barely got a word out before he was silenced for good, crumpling into a pool of his own blood. The remaining 5 froze for a second, then screamed, broke into frantic chaos, and finally, nothing, just silence. I glanced expressionlessly at the bodies on the ground, made sure there was no movement, and turned to leave. Tonight, I wasn't here to negotiate. The security room was merely the start. From there, I advanced through the storage zones. Every patrol I encountered, whether one man or several, whether they were relaxing or working, was dealt with swiftly and without hesitation. No negotiations. No wasted words. I had one purpose, to strip this place clean. When the doors to the first warehouse swung open, I froze for 2 seconds, stunned by what I saw. The shelves towered 5 to 6 meters high, row upon endless rows stretching like mountain ranges into the depths of the warehouse. The food section, the beverages, everyday items, clothing, gym equipment, bulk goods. Each section was the size of an entire supermarket. Combined, it was an absurd surplus of wealth. A plain towel, forgotten in the most inconspicuous corner of the everyday items section, bore a price tag of $3,999. A layer of dust had already settled over it. I didn't waste time marveling. Pulling out a hoverboard, I got to work. This was the moment my spatial ability truly shone. It wasn't about combat, and it wasn't about escaping danger. It was about quiet, large-scale relocation. Anything I touched vanished into the abyss of my storage. Shelf after shelf emptied, while my space filled layer by meticulous layer. Clearing out the food section alone took me nearly 20 minutes, and that was just the first of over 20 warehouses. Switching to the motorcycle upped my pace significantly. Riding one-handed and gathering supplies with the other, I finally hit a stride. By 3 a.m., I had cleared the last warehouse and rode straight for the port. The port was much easier to handle. Everything was pre-packed in shipping containers. Entire containers disappeared one by one, saving so much effort. A few Japanese guards approached, speaking rapid words I didn't bother to understand. 2 silent submachine guns lit up at the same time, turning them into bloody sieves. The others dropped limply to the ground, their legs too weak to hold them. I glanced at them with disdain. You're even more cowardly than those Americans. Then, I finished off the witnesses and moved on to the containers. Dozens of massive cargo ships docked at the port, some weighing tens of thousands of tons. I took everything. It wasn't until I finished collecting that I realized half of what I had taken were oil tankers, massive reserves of gasoline and diesel, far exceeding the coal I had painstakingly stockpiled before. The windfall made me laugh in spite of myself. By the time the first light of dawn painted the horizon, the entire port was starkly empty. Wind swept through its desolation, leaving behind nothing but an eerie silence. Sinking my consciousness into the spatial storage, I quickly surveyed my haul. Rows upon rows of items, countless. Even if Earth were to completely collapse someday, this stockpile would keep me alive to the very last second. Feeling triumphant, I rode toward the neighborhood at full speed, the wind carrying a hint of exhilaration. I strolled through the main gate unabashedly and ran into Xiao Wang, holding a bag of soy milk and fried pancakes. Morning, I greeted with a smile, walking past without waiting for a reaction, stepping into the elevator and heading upstairs. Xiao Wang froze for a moment, then bolted back to his car, yanking the door open as he yelled inside. Qing Tong, wake up. Lu Feng just got back. He snuck out last night without anyone noticing. Yo Qing Tong groggily pushed herself upright from her car seat, stretching. Outside, the daylight had fully broken. She had slept soundly through an entire night on watch, while I had gone out and returned before anyone realized. Snow in July. Tianhai was a southern city. Snow in winter was already rare, let alone now, at the peak of summer. Yet as snowflakes fell from the sky, outdoor thermometers still read 95 degrees Fahrenheit. Within minutes, the temperature plummeted to 41 degrees Fahrenheit. This wasn't a snowstorm. This was the prologue to the apocalypse. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, I watched it all unfold with a calm expression. Meanwhile, somewhere outside, Yo Qingtong's face was dark as she stared at the surveillance footage. Xiao Wang had staked out the entire night, yet managed to guard nothing. How I left and returned was lost in the black void of the cameras. Xiao Wang insisted there must be some hidden passage they didn't know about, but Yo Qingtong wasn't hearing it. Her husband only said one thing in response: pull up all the surveillance footage for me. She knew I wasn't an ordinary person, but she didn't yet realize just how extraordinary I was. Cheng had even less of a clue. She followed me through the living room, watching as I casually tapped a few seemingly random spots on an ordinary wall. The wall slid apart, revealing a coal powder power generator standing 3 meters tall. I pressed a green button. The tracks started moving. Ignition roared to life, and just like that, the entire safe house lit up again. The heating system kicked on immediately, locking the temperature at 23 degrees Celsius, 73.4 degrees Fahrenheit. Cheng Ying stood behind me, lost for words. She thought back to the first time she met me, back when I was just an inconspicuous, run-of-the-mill employee in the company, the kind of person you'd have to check a name list to remember. Later, when she tried to fire me, I hit her back with evidence of embezzlement. After that, it was gambling, billions of yuan, safe houses, generators, coal powder reserves, sealed rooms, access locks. What are you exactly? She finally asked. I lazily stretched. Your lifesaver. I went to sleep after that. It snowed heavily outside, but at a cozy 73 degrees indoors, I slept like a baby. By 4 in the afternoon, I was back on the balcony. A thick layer of snow had already blanketed the ground below, high enough to cover the tops of shoes. For people in Tianhai, snow was a rare novelty. Many had thrown on their puffy down jackets and rushed outside to build snowmen or have snowball fights. I could even hear their laughter faintly through the glass. Watching them, I murmured quietly to myself, enjoy it while you can. After tonight, you won't get the chance. My phone suddenly buzzed. Signal had been restored, and an official alert pushed through, a snowstorm warning, urging residents to lock their doors and windows and limit travel. I stared at the alert, the corners of my mouth curling into a faint smirk. The government thought this was just a snowstorm. A typical snowstorm just needed clear skies to pass or rescue teams to come through with supplies. But tonight, temperatures would plummet further. Tomorrow wouldn't bring sunshine, and the day after that wouldn't either. This snow wouldn't stop anytime soon, and it would only keep getting colder. The people downstairs hurling snowballs around, by tonight, the snow in their hands would become something far more dangerous. How many people in the city, I wondered, are scrolling on their phones now that the signal's back? How many are complaining about the power outage? How many aren't taking this warning seriously at all? I set my phone down and headed for the storage room. There were still a few things I needed to confirm. When I saw a message from Yulu pop up, I glanced at it, but didn't bother replying. I deleted it immediately, a reminder about repaying my loan. Next month was the due date. I chuckled to myself. A few million yuan. Under normal circumstances, sure, that was a lot of money. But now, out here, at minus 70 degrees Fahrenheit, with roads buried in snow, could that money bring you a steaming bowl of soup? Cash, after tonight, would have only two uses, fuel for the fire or scraps for waste paper. I didn't bother explaining any of this to you, Lou. Instead, I sent out messages and made calls to everyone I had in my contacts, under the pretense of inviting them over for hot pot. Lu Qingqing, Kiki, Nana, and Zhang Mingyao, one by one, they confirmed they'd come. Yu Lu, however, said she'd be staying with her family and politely declined. Zhang Mingyao agreed readily. She was staying at the Hailong Hotel, and one call was all it took for the hotel to arrange a driver. People in presidential suites still carried a bit of weight, after all. I didn't say much about Yu Lu's refusal. What could I say? Let's just chalk it up to bad luck on her part. By tonight, the temperatures would drop sharply, the snow would pile up and harden. Even attempting to go outside would be a death wish. It wasn't me setting the rules. I'd always been fair. Once the door shut, though, the world out there wouldn't wait for anyone. The first to arrive was Lu Qingqing. She lived close by in a neighboring property and was bundled up in a pale pink down jacket, practically hidden beneath layers as she rubbed her hands at the doorway. I checked the exterior monitor on my watch and pressed a button to open the outside door. A wave of heat spilled out through the crack in the door. Startled, Lu Qingqing paused for a moment before instinctively stepping inside. The exterior door closed behind her, sealing her off from the frigid outdoors. The narrow 3-meter entry passage trapped any remaining cold air, which the heating quickly overwhelmed. By the time the inner door opened, she had beads of sweat forming on her flushed face. It was so warm inside that she immediately felt the urge to take her coat off. That inner door, bolted shut with palm print, password, and iris scan verification, was something only I could open. This double-sealed entry system did more than just keep the cold out. Lu Qingqing rushed inside, her face rosy, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Breathless, she greeted me with an exaggerated "Lu Xiao, I missed you so much." I patted her head and told her to change into lighter clothes. She took a few steps before suddenly freezing. There was already another woman sitting on the sofa. This other woman barely spared her a glance. "This is Cheng Ying, my former boss," I said. Lu Qingqing immediately put on a polite smile and greeted her cheerfully. I simply nodded and stayed silent. To be honest, I felt a strange pang in my chest, though I couldn't quite place why. I just snorted to myself quietly. Men are all the same. not a single good one among them. Then I brushed the thought aside. I had other things to worry about. Soon, I'd be gone, and it wasn't worth my energy. Lu Feng, sitting off to the side, glanced at me with a bit of a mischievous grin. I still like you best when you're all cold and aloof like this. Keep it up. A faint blush crept across my cheeks, but I didn't respond. Kiki and Nana arrived last. Not because they didn't want to come sooner, but because it was nearly impossible to get a car in this weather. For a few kilometers of distance, they ended up paying an extra 2,000 yuan just to find someone willing to accept the ride. By the time they stepped inside, there was a layer of snow on their down jackets, and their eyes were still adjusting. They looked completely dazed by the stark contrast between the freezing cold outside and the sweltering heat inside. Zhang Mingyao was the second to arrive. She was no stranger to luxury, but even she was stunned by the setup here. 5 women in total eventually settled in. Lu Feng had us introduce ourselves to one another. By the time the round of introductions was done, the atmosphere had become complicated. Among the women there, apart from Zhang Mingyao, everyone had unspoken, but very clear, ties to Lu Feng. No one said it out loud. Lu Feng clapped his hands, breaking the silence. All the ingredients are in the fridge. You can head to the kitchen and start getting things ready. The women stood up, one after another. There was a subtle yet undeniable undertone of competition as they filed toward the kitchen. Lu Feng sat in his chair, completely still. The snow outside had grown heavier compared to the day before. The wind howled fiercely through the blizzard outside. Lu Qingqing, her voice louder than usual due to the alcohol she'd consumed, vented her anger. Over 500,000 in commission. Gone, just like that. Lu Feng understood exactly what had happened. Lu Qingqing's boss, Wei Hong, had harassed her multiple times, both openly and covertly. She had refused him at every turn. Unable to pressure her in that way, Wei Hong resorted to another method. This time, after she sold the most expensive unit in the complex, a true crown jewel, Wei Hong, together with someone named Zhang Bao, intercepted her commission. On paper, the money was issued under Zhang Bao's name, but it ultimately ended up in Wei Hong's pocket. But that wasn't enough for him. Wei Hong made his intentions crystal clear. Either Lu Qingqing complied with his demands, or she could leave the company. For days, Lu Qingqing had been trying to file complaints, but no one would listen. Wei Hong had powerful connections, and any chance of holding him accountable was effectively blocked. I took a drag of my cigarette, tapped off the ash, and casually asked, "Is Wei Hong still in the building complex?" "Yes, he's in building 10, she replied. "Good," I said. "Now call him. Tell him you've changed your mind and agree to his terms. Ask him to meet you by the entrance of building 8. Lu Qingqing blinked in confusion, caught off guard by what I'd just said. Before she could process it fully, I had already stood up and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling windows, speaking in an even tone as if describing something utterly mundane. Her immediate reaction was concern, and she brought it up. "What are you going to do?" "Don't do anything illegal." I gave her a small smile, my voice calm. "Don't worry. Just call him." She dialed. The moment Wei Hong answered, he sounded ecstatic, not even bothering to ask questions. He hurried over toward building 8 without hesitation. I didn't go downstairs. Instead, I led Lu Qingqing up to the third-floor terrace. We entered a small room jutting out from the side of the building's structure, its 3 walls made entirely of glass. I placed my hand on a scanner to unlock the door. Lu Qingqing followed me inside, glancing around. The room offered an excellent view, but something peculiar immediately caught her eye. In the center of each glass wall, there was a black circular patch of rubber, shielded by a rugged steel cover. Anyone familiar with such setups would recognize them as shooting ports. Lu Qingqing hadn't yet found her voice when her phone rang. It was Wei Hong, calling to ask where she was. I whispered 2 words, and she repeated them as I instructed. After hanging up, I walked to a cabinet near the door, unlocked it with my palm again, and pulled out a long, black case. When I opened the case, it revealed a Barrett sniper rifle. Lu Qingqing inhaled sharply, frozen where she stood. She stared in silent shock as I calmly set the rifle up at one of the shooting ports. The rubber around the opening wrapped snugly around the barrel as it protruded slightly outside, ensuring no cold air could seep into the room. My movements were smooth and deliberate, betraying no sign of hesitation. These were the practiced, efficient actions of someone who had done this many times before. I laid prone on the floor, squinting through the rifle's sight. My target was the building entrance below, where a figure could be seen approaching through the driving snow. As soon as the gunshot rang out, the snow on the ground quickly absorbed the spreading blood, freezing over within moments. Wei Hong's reaction time wasn't even a factor. He collapsed instantly, falling flat on his back in the open space outside Building 8. A significant portion of his bald skull was simply gone, nearly a quarter blown away. The clean, precise placement of the shot spoke of experience. This was a hit-and-leave-no-trace operation, executed without hesitation. The power of the bullet, far exceeding that of standard firearms, left the onlookers stunned. Soon, a small crowd began to gather, some capturing the scene on their phones while others were overcome, vomiting into the snow. But there was a new problem. Footsteps and muted conversations below hinted that people were already starting to investigate. Detective Yu Qingtong had never left the area. She had spent most of the day staking out someone else, a person connected to an economic fraud case, completely unrelated to the killing that had just taken place. Power outages had foiled her plans to review surveillance footage, forcing her and her partner, Xiao Wang, to endure the bitter cold in shifts. Just moments earlier, they had received orders to stand down and return to the precinct. They were preparing to leave when the gunshot shattered the silence. The real turmoil of the day was happening at the docks on the east side of the city. A group of foreigners had been killed there, and all of their supplies had disappeared, a major case that had drawn most of the local police force to the scene. But Yu Qingtong decided to stay. She crouched near the scene outside Building 8, brushing away snow to find the bullet. One glance at its trajectory told her that the shot came from this building, specifically from one of the upper floors. She made a call to her superior, Hong Shuetao. After a pause lasting just 2 seconds, he authorized her to search Building 8. Then he hung up, likely overwhelmed by diplomatic fallout back at the docks. Yu Qingtong instructed Xiao Wang to secure the scene, keeping onlookers away, before beginning a systematic floor-by-floor search of the building. On the 38th floor, I sat back on the sofa, legs crossed casually as I accepted a cigar handed to me by Nana and took a long puff. The women in the room wore expressions of sheer terror. From the 38th floor, one could still see enough detail. It wasn't so high that the gruesome scene below was obscured. A few of them had pressed their faces to the window earlier, using their phones to zoom in. They clearly saw the mutilated body, recognizing the distinctive bald head. One ran straight to the bathroom, unable to contain her nausea. Lu Qingqing, pale and trembling, kept asking if I would be caught. I chuckled softly and reassured her. Don't worry. Zhang Mingyao, however, didn't ask that question. Instead, she stood up, politely thanked me for everything, and said she wouldn't tell anyone about what had happened. Then she prepared to leave. I didn't stop her. I just gave her a measured look and spoke slowly. You can leave, but coming back? That might not be an option. Her expression didn't shift. She likely thought it was nothing more than the dramatic ploy of a wealthy playboy trying to get her to stick around. But as she reached for the door, I didn't press the point. The snow outside had already piled up to knee height. Temperatures would continue to plummet as the night went on, and tomorrow's weather would be even more unforgiving. The real danger of the cold was ever present now, and anyone who left the safety, warmth, and supplies of this place would have to seriously consider their chances of survival. I didn't spell it out for her. I simply stayed where I was and enjoyed my cigar. She would do the math on her own, eventually. What I didn't know was that the investigator downstairs had already pinpointed the angle of the shot and begun her ascent. The person she was tracking for an economic fraud case and the shooter she was now pursuing? She might soon realize they were the same individual, me. I lounged on the sofa, taking another pull from my cigar, a calm expression on my face, as if I'd just resolved a minor inconvenience, nothing more. I glanced at the remaining people in the room and posed a casual question. Anyone else thinking about leaving? No one spoke. The one who did leave, Zhang Mingyao, had never intended to get her hands dirty. She had considered me a mere benefactor, someone to thank and keep at arm's length. But after seeing death face to face, her nerves had shattered. She stormed off without a word. I didn't bother with pleasantries either, opening the door to send her on her way. The ones who stayed behind were a different story. Cheng Ying had nowhere to go with a warrant out for her arrest. Lu Qingqing had gotten herself into this mess because of her, and leaving now was simply not something her heart could bear. Kiki and Nana exchanged nervous glances, utterly at a loss for what to do, not even hinting at leaving. I looked around at the circle of them and nodded in satisfaction. They had no idea that the extreme freeze of the apocalypse was arriving tomorrow. Yet, in this fragile moment, they chose to stay. For these few little companions, something inside me grew warmer, unexpectedly genuine. Silently, I made a quiet promise to myself. No matter how many new people might come along in the future, you few will always be my favorites. As my gaze landed on Qingying, I hesitated. Well, maybe not you, I thought to myself. I didn't have time to explain what favorites really meant at this point, though. Take a good look outside, I said, pulling Lu Qingqing closer as I gestured out the window. What do you see? Lu Qingqing, still frazzled, cast only a brief glance. Nothing much, just snow. Snow. The temperature had already dropped to 14 degrees Fahrenheit. Roads were impassable, and cars were immobilized by the heavy snow. Glancing at my watch, I stated calmly, by midnight, the temperature will plummet to minus 112 degrees Fahrenheit. The snow will only get heavier. And this is just the beginning. It's here to stay for quite some time. Qingying was the first to react, her eyes widening in alarm. Minus 112 degrees Fahrenheit. Isn't that the end of the world? The extreme freeze apocalypse, I confirmed. That's impossible. It's August. Snow in August doesn't just mean. I shrugged. Believe it or not, you'll see for yourself tonight. I didn't add anything further. Scooping Lu Qingqing into my arms, I ignored her startled protests and carried her to the bike room that was designated just for her. It was part of our routine now, riding bikes together to keep fit. While I had never outright explained this, I'd pieced together my own conclusion. Exercising with them subtly enhanced my spatial abilities and physical endurance. The rush from dopamine was certainly enjoyable, but it was this power boost that truly mattered. A win-win scenario, and I had no reason to pass it up. This also meant that my group of workout partners was bound to grow, which is why the promise I just made carried real weight. Across the city, in the old district, the Zhao family home was steeped in chaos. Zhao Lily lay wrapped in a blanket on her bed, her infant wailing beside her. She didn't have the energy to care. Her focus was on her phone, scrolling through her contacts. Only 2 days out of the hospital. During her pregnancy, those who once surrounded her had vanished into thin air the moment talk turned to pinning down paternity. The ones who didn't ghost her outright had blocked her number. Now she was down to the last name in her list, staring at those 2 words long and hard. Sass, the one she couldn't stop thinking about. During her pregnancy, he'd spent the most time with her, sweet-talking whenever she felt weak, claiming, no less, that he was the son of a chieftain. Now that Lu Feng had abandoned her and her baby, and her family was berating her endlessly, Sass felt like her only lifeline. She hit dial. The phone connected almost immediately. My dearest Lily, it's been so long since I heard from you. Have you missed Sass? His overly friendly tone made her grip the phone tighter. Without hesitation, she laid it all out. The baby had been born. She sent him a picture and dropped the bomb straight away. The baby looks just like you. I want to be with you. Take me back. I'll be your chieftain's wife. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Sass wasn't a fool. He knew full well his chieftain's story was just a load of nonsense he'd spun. Life in Longhua alone was paradise. No way would he ever go back to where he came from. Besides, he'd just started a fling with a rich widow. This whole baby thing was nothing but trouble. Oh, my sweet Lily, I am so happy, and I love you so much. He stammered in broken Chinese. But his next words didn't need any translation. She could guess what he meant perfectly well. Back at my place, the doorbell buzzed twice. A quick glance at the monitor showed Yu Qingtong outside, her expression cold and stern. She was the building's security guard, stunningly beautiful, with an impressive background to boot. I'd met her a few times and knew she was aware when I'd let my gaze linger on her now and then. But today wasn't her lucky day. I pressed the intercom, my tone lazily indifferent. Miss you, beauty extraordinaire. Did you come by because you missed me? The pause on the other end lasted only a second, but her expression darkened considerably. She'd clearly picked up on the subtle rustling in the background noise, a sound that definitely wasn't running. Pushing down her irritation, she cut to her reason for visiting. The property manager downstairs was shot. I need to conduct a sweep of all high-level residents. Please cooperate. Silence. She waited a beat longer. Still nothing. She spoke again, her voice colder, tight with authority. Lu Feng, as a resident, cooperation with security personnel is not. Yu Qingtong was used to having people take her seriously. With her pedigree and looks, that was never in doubt. Lu Feng normally seemed like he'd been interested in her too. But now, he was blatantly doing that with her standing right outside, and then tossing such careless remarks her way. How dare he? You lunatic. Open this door now, or I'll escalate to forceful measures. Go ahead, Lu Feng replied nonchalantly. I'll be waiting. And with that, the intercom went dead. I kicked the steel door a few times out of sheer frustration, but all it did was bruise my foot. Fuming, I turned to leave, though I hurled one last shout at the door behind me. Just wait, you jackass. I stormed off to find one of the locksmiths the station kept on file. This wasn't over. Meanwhile, back at the Zhao house, the storm was brewing anew. Zhao Digang sat on the sofa, a cigarette between his lips and a fresh bruise across his cheek, rolling Lu Feng's name around in his mind like some tasteless gum. Zhao Dafu, boiling with unchecked rage, suddenly lashed out, slapping his wife across the face as he sneered. Look at what kind of mess your daughter has dragged home. Huang Guifin responded explosively, and the two of them had it out right there in the living room. Zhao Digang was left trying to break up their brawling, which took a good while before the chaos subsided. In the bedroom, Zhao Lily, hearing the commotion outside, let out a relieved sigh. So long as no hands were raised against her, she wasn't taking any risks. She gently rocked her now snoozing baby and clutched half a sleeping pill she'd fished out of the drawer. Being beaten relentlessly over the past few days had really gotten to her. Once the room quieted down, Zhao Digang finally shared his brilliant idea: move into Lu Feng's place and refuse to leave until he paid them hush money. Stickier than glue, like those stubborn bandages that won't peel off. As the conversation deepened, a sinister glint flickered in his eyes. Zhao Defu had thought of an even grimmer move. There was someone in his hometown who made coffins. He'd have one ready, carry it straight to Lu Feng's doorstep, and declare plainly, no money? Fine. Zhao Lily can die right here at your door. Zhao Defu fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded with resolve. All right, let's do it. A desperate man has nothing to lose. Barefoot doesn't fear the shot. And in the end, this was the only avenue they could take. Two threads of fate hung in suspense now. Yu Qingtong had gone to find someone to unlock the place, and the Zhao family already had the coffin almost ready. Lu Feng, as of now, was still blissfully unaware, but both would come crashing down on his plate soon enough. At precisely midnight, the snow began to fall, but it wasn't the usual gentle winter snow. It was like a blizzard ripped straight from the pages of an epic, heavy, thick clusters blanketing the sky and assaulting the earth. Within an alarmingly short span of time, even thermometers seemed to betray human understanding. An ultra-precise thermometer mounted on the exterior balcony was showing a mind-numbing number, -80 degrees Fahrenheit. For women stood huddled behind the balcony's glass door, their eyes fixated on the gauge. No one spoke. It wasn't that they didn't want to. It was just that they had no idea what to say. -80 degrees wasn't just a statistic. It was incomprehensible, a horror neither of them had even imagined possible. Cheng Ying wasn't willing to believe it. In her mind, this had to be an equipment glitch, or worse, just another manipulative stunt orchestrated by Lu Feng. That guy wasn't trustworthy. Scaring people was probably just another tool in his kit. But Lu Feng caught the look of skepticism in her eyes and didn't bother explaining himself. Instead, he walked straight to the code lock on the balcony wall and placed his hand on it, scanning his palm. With a soft click, a palm-sized window slid open slightly. If you don't believe me, stick your hand out and see for yourself. Cheng Ying hesitated for a moment, but then thrust her right arm outside. 2 seconds. That was all it took. 2 seconds, before she yanked it back inside. At first, there was sharp pain, like needles piercing her skin. Then, it shifted to numbness. Her arm turned deathly pale, as if something had sucked out all the warmth from her body in an instant. By the time she thawed under the indoor heating, her small arm had swelled red, radiating searing pain. The agony was impossible to suppress, and tears streamed down her face despite herself. 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds in -80 degrees Fahrenheit had been enough to inflict frostbite. So no, this wasn't an equipment failure. It wasn't until she smeared on the frostbite ointment that Chang-Ying truly contemplated Lu Feng as a person. He had known beforehand. There was no doubting that now. The stockpiled supplies all over the house, the independent heating system, the generator stacked to the ceiling with coal. Nobody would have prepared this thoroughly without some kind of forewarning. She confronted him directly, asking, "You knew the temperature was going to plummet beforehand, didn't you?" He admitted it lazily, his demeanor unbothered. "Then why did you talk about sending me abroad?" she pressed. Lu Feng looked at her and let out a faint, sardonic smile. "No one's after you out there anymore. You can leave any time you want." Cheng-Ying got up from the couch. She paced forward a few steps before stopping dead in her tracks. She glanced down at her frostbitten arm, a visual reminder of what lingered outside. Beyond the balcony lay snowdrifts half a meter high, still growing. Compared to the height of the trees outside, the numbers would only climb higher. Even if she donned all the cold weather gear Lu Feng had stockpiled for emergencies, she wouldn't last more than a few hundred meters. And beyond those few meters? An endless expanse of snow, an unforgiving -80 degrees Fahrenheit wasteland, air cold enough to freeze you solid in seconds. She had money abroad, a bank account, an identity, a way out. But every single one of those lifelines was out there. And out there, it was nothing short of an enormous ice tomb. Slowly, she turned back around. She walked back toward him and knelt at his feet. Lu Feng didn't rush her. He just watched, waiting. The heating system in the room maintained a steady 75 degrees Fahrenheit, warmth radiating up from the floor like a carefully cut-out oasis of normalcy, completely severed from the frozen hell beyond the windows. The locked doors separating the two worlds could only be opened with his palm print. Yu Qingtong had left just hours earlier. He hadn't stopped her. He was waiting for the extreme cold to bring people back. And it had. Cheng-Ying was the first to return. She knelt there, head hanging low, her chin suddenly tilted up by his hand. She allowed him to inspect her with neither resistance nor sound. The three other women, Lu Qingqing and the rest, watched it all unfold, their mouths agape in disbelief. This scene shattered every single assumption they'd built about Cheng-Ying over the past few days. They'd pegged her as aloof, prideful, untouchable. Her piercing gaze left little room for others in her world. But now, this current image of her knelt at his feet utterly obliterated their perceptions. Lu Feng let her be, leaning back into the couch and flicking a hand dismissively. "Head to the kitchen and make some barbecue. I'm getting hungry." The four women wordlessly got up and set to work. None of them protested. "This is the hierarchy I've been laying out piece by piece. If you want to survive here, you better know who calls the shots. Make me unhappy enough, and you can kiss everything you have goodbye." I picked up my phone. A government alert was sitting in my notification bar. The gist: residents are urged to seal windows and doors, take precautions against frostbite, limit outings, avoid believing in or spreading unnecessary rumors, and trust that the authorities will handle this crisis properly. I dismissed it without a second glance. Anyone gullible enough to still believe in that nonsense? Well, they're the ones destined for trouble. Next, I opened the neighborhood group chat. The notification count had already surpassed 999 plus. It was chaos. People woke up frozen in the middle of the night. Heating pipes had burst. Air conditioners were blowing frosty winds instead of warmth. And those living on the first floor were terrified of getting snowed in. Everyone was panicking, venting their fears and frustrations in the chat. Most households had a few days' worth of supplies left. Scared? Sure, but not completely desperate yet. Except for a few who were running low on provisions and started discussing a collective trip to stock up. Barely 2 sentences in, the local resident representative, Auntie Zhang, jumped into the fray. "Don't hoard supplies. Don't give the authorities more trouble. This cold spell will only last 2 or 3 days at most. The neighborhood committee will ensure everyone gets through this safely. Trust in the government." Someone dared to ask the question, what if it doesn't stop? If we don't stock up now, prices will only soar higher. Auntie Zheng immediately grew more combative. She accused them of spreading fear, threatened to report them, and criticized the younger generation for being selfish and lacking social responsibility. Her verbal barrage effectively silenced them, leaving the rest of the group chat to regurgitate their unwavering commitment to stick with the official guidance. I relaxed further into the couch, watching this drama unfold found a way to survive, not just to scrape by, but to truly live in this new world. It was clear to me that the rules had changed, and so had I. With a plate full of sizzling lamb skewers, the mood in the house was as warm as the food on the table. But this wasn't just about survival. It was about creating a sense of home in an otherwise bleak world. The biting cold, the endless snow, the oppressive stillness outside. It was all locked out, at least for the moment. I caught their curious, anxious eyes as they occasionally glanced at me. They knew I had plans, though I hadn't laid them all out yet. Plans that would take us not just into survival, but into a future with control and purpose. No one moves recklessly. I reminded them, my tone calm but firm. Outside is death. Inside, we prepare. That's the gap between surviving and thriving. Despite the freezing world outside, the atmosphere around our table was alive. Without any prior explanation, he simply swiped his hand across the table. Like magic, bowls of steaming abalone porridge, plates of blueberries, slices of toasted bread, racks of black truffle ribs, bowls of soy milk tofu, and stacks of buns appeared. The hot steam rolled off the dishes as if they'd just been taken from a stove, covering the entire table. The three women stood there in stunned silence. The first words out of Coco's mouth were, "Is this magic?" It wasn't magic. It was a hidden dimensional space I had awakened to a month ago. So far, no one else knew about it. Inside, I'd stockpiled enough supplies to last a long time. Coal, a generator, and that massive purchase order Lu Qingqing had seen with her own eyes. She knew all too well how large that shipment of coal briquettes was, and yet it was only a small fraction of what was stored inside. I decided to share this secret, not because of trust, but because it was necessary for them to understand one crucial thing. Calmly, I said, "As long as I'm alive, this sanctuary will remain warm, there will be food on the table, and you'll have a safe place to stay. If I die, this place will become a sealed prison, cut off with no way out." In my last life, I made the mistake of underestimating people's selfishness, and this time, I wasn't about to repeat it. By revealing my trump card, I was also laying bare the dependencies tying us together, not as a threat, but as a contract of shared interests, the only kind of trust one was willing to extend. Their responses didn't disappoint me. Cheng Ying was the first to speak up in agreement. Lu Qingqing and Coco quickly followed her lead, crowding around me. One started massaging my shoulders, another my legs, as if competing to prove their loyalty. Narrowing my eyes slightly, I took advantage of the moment to announce a set of rules. The first floor is entirely open. You can organize tasks like cleaning and cooking among yourselves. But access to amenities like the pool, gym, and media room will depend on performance. Those who earn it will be granted access, while the rest will have to wait. The setup was intentional, motivate them through competition. After all, I knew that no matter what, the ultimate beneficiary of these rules would be me. After breakfast, the women cleaned up the dining table while I reclined on the sofa in the living room. I picked up a controller and booted up a game, Huang Myth, Wu Ning's Awakening. The Ultra HD display, coupled with cranked-up sound effects, made each moment immersive as I controlled my character in a solo battle against 7 spider demons, only to get wiped out. As I contemplated switching to another game, my phone buzzed. It was a message in the residents' group chat. The sender? That nosy old Mrs. Zheng. Without any preamble, she had tagged me directly. Her message, in summary, read, "I heard the snow might stop soon. In order to avoid impacting future travel, we need young people to go outside now and clear the paths. Everyone I've mentioned, please head out to shovel snow." And my name was listed right at the top, alongside a few other residents. I stared at the screen, my finger hovering over her message, but not responding immediately. Outside, the temperature was lethal, cold enough to freeze you solid. Inside, I had built a carefully designed haven. Mrs. Zheng's public call-out, whatever her intentions, was forcing me into a decision: respond or ignore, comply or push back. And whatever choice I made would undoubtedly lead to consequences. Out of the blue, someone posted a photo in the group chat, a hand gripping a cleaver, with its blade pointed directly at the camera. The dim yellow glow of indoor lighting tinged the background. The sender was a man named Hu Xiangdong, whom some in the group addressed respectfully as Brother Dong. The chat fell into an eerie silence after that. No one dared to type. How had things escalated to such a point? It had begun as nothing more than shoveling snow. It was -70 degrees outside, with nearly a meter of snow piled up overnight, and more still falling. Mrs. Zheng initiated the situation by tagging a few younger residents in the group chat, myself included, and asking us to clear the snow. Without hesitation, I had immediately replied, "Anyone who goes out to shovel snow in weather like this must be out of their mind." It was like pouring water into a pot of boiling oil. Mrs. Zheng wasn't just a random busybody. She was the head of our community committee, and no one had ever dared refute her in the group chat before. She immediately turned to moral grandstanding, pressing me with the argument that clearing the roads was for the collective good of all residents. When her righteousness didn't land, she changed tactics and accused me directly. "You're the same person who was spreading rumors before. Now you're refusing to cooperate with community management again. Are you ready to take responsibility for this?" This strategy had worked countless times for her when dealing with young people. All it usually took was a little public guilt tripping for her to overpower them. But I shoved the blame right back at her. "If you're asking me to serve the community, shouldn't you, as the committee head, set an example by leading the effort and shoveling snow yourself?" Mrs. Zheng faltered, clearly struggling for a comeback. Her good friend, Mrs. Zhao, stepped in on her behalf, claiming that at Mrs. Zheng's age, it was unreasonable to expect her to do such labor. My reply was sharp. "So you're saying old folks are afraid of the cold, but somehow young people aren't?" The group chat exploded. The senior brigade launched into a collective tirade, their insults flaring up like a firestorm. The other residents either fanned the flames with laughter and comments or stayed quietly uninvolved. When someone cautiously suggested, "Why don't we wait until the snow stops to shovel?" they were immediately silenced by a barrage of scolding. Once she felt the momentum was on her side again, Mrs. Zheng doubled down, threatening to involve the police and have me taken into custody. But I didn't back down. Not a single shred of politeness touched my replies as I directly confronted each person insulting me. Eventually, the group chat stilled into a deafening silence, the kind that foretold something much worse was about to happen. And that's when Hu Xiangdong stepped forward. He was Mrs. Zhao's son. After posting the photo of the cleaver, he followed it up with a chilling message: "Apologize immediately, or I promise I'll ruin you." The tension was palpable. The others in the chat, all of whom knew exactly what Hu Xiangdong was capable of, fell utterly silent. I recognized his profile picture. My response in the chat was short, a single reminder, recalling the last time and how he'd walked away with a few stinging slaps across the face. Only then did a few clueless residents take notice as someone dug up video footage from before, reposting it to the group. It showed me slapping Hu Xiangdong across the face several times and forcing him to cough up compensation money. Meanwhile, Hu Xiangdong was at home, drinking liquor. He hadn't forgotten that previous humiliation. He'd been biding his time, planning to even the score once he fully recovered. But with the biting cold hammering the region, his vengeance had been put on hold. Tonight, however, as he watched the group chat gleefully trash me from his warmed-up apartment, he felt elated. At least, until I insulted his mother. Old grudges and fresh slights collided in his head. Drunk on rage and alcohol, he smashed his bottle of baijiu against the floor, grabbed the cleaver in his hand, and stormed toward the door. It was -70 degrees outside. He didn't care about that anymore. Hu Xiangdong stepped out holding a kitchen knife, not even taking his phone. That little detail spoke volumes. His mind was consumed by only one thought now: to chop me up. The humiliation from that slap earlier, mixed with all the alcohol he had tonight, had completely fried any sense of judgment he had left. He shivered as the cold hit him in the hallway and let out a curse before pressing the button for B2. The underground parking garage connected all the buildings, so the snow couldn't block his path. He at least knew that much. While Hu Xiangdong waited for the elevator, I stood on my balcony, opening my palm. A drone appeared, seemingly from thin air, landing right in my hand. I had requested this drone, codenamed Queen Bee, from a Walmart warehouse. Cutting-edge tech, high performance, and operational even in harsh, snowy environments. I scanned my palm to unlock it, opened the window, and the drone glided out silently, hovering amidst the swirling snow. I nodded in satisfaction, put on flight goggles, and piloted it around the building, sneaking it through a rear window into the hallway. The drone replaced the existing camera at the elevator entrance with its own. After that, I went back to my couch, connected the drone feed to the living room TV, and waited for the show to begin. Down on B2, Hu Xiangdong had just cursed at this crappy elevator. With a ding, the doors opened. He stormed in like a man on a mission, his eyes blazing red, and mashed the button for the 38th floor. Nothing happened. He didn't have access. My floor required clearance to reach. Frustration and anger flared. He kicked the elevator and hurled insults about rich people before resigning himself to pressing the button for the 37th. In the living room, Cheng Ying sat watching the screen, her eyes fixed on the image of a shivering man squeezing a kitchen knife like it was his lifeline. She turned to me. "Who is that?" "Someone here to cause trouble," I replied. She paused for a second, processing, then glanced back at the screen. "What? Is he planning to hack the door down with that knife?" I chuckled in response, but said nothing. She'd been to this safe house before. It cost over 1 billion yuan to build, a fortress designed against bullets, explosions, and whatever else life might throw. The specs of the door alone? She didn't even bother to recall the exact numbers anymore, only remembered they were absurd. Thinking he could cut through with a kitchen knife wasn't brave. It showed a complete lack of understanding of how things worked. Not long after, the drone switched its surveillance to the front door. Hu Xiangdong appeared, out of breath from taking the stairs. He raised the kitchen knife and swung it at the door. The footage made its way to the residents' group chat later that night. In the video, Hu Xiangdong was now collapsed in the hallway, lying on the floor with the back of his pants soaked in dark blood. His rear end was the centerpiece. Right in the middle of it was a crossbow bolt, firmly embedded. He was dragging himself inch by inch toward the elevator, leaving behind a frozen, blood-smeared trail. Earlier, he'd walked into the building holding a knife. Less than 30 minutes later, the knife hadn't done any damage, but he sure ended up like this. Quick-eyed neighbors started taking screen grabs and leaving comments in the group chat. "Isn't that the guy who was looking for Lu Feng? What's that stuck in his butt? No way, it's really a bolt?" Meanwhile, Hu Xiangdong's mother happened to be chatting in the group. She opened the video, froze for a second, and then the sound of sobbing erupted from her mic. Let's rewind to a bit before all of that. When Hu Xiangdong came upstairs, he was brimming with confidence. In his mind, he was the local thug, someone nobody in the neighborhood dared mess with. Now he was alone, holding a knife, and his target? Some young guy hiding behind a door. What could possibly go wrong? He hacked at the door, only for the knife to jolt back violently with each hit, the vibrations making his hands sting. He tried kicking it open, but failed. He cursed at the door until he was out of breath and finally sat down to recover. Then my voice came through the intercom, calm as someone commenting on a busted old TV. "What's wrong?" "That's it. Did you not have dinner?" Hu Xiangdong, naturally, didn't realize that he was standing directly in the crosshairs of a hidden shooting port built into the hallway wall. The crossbow bolt that hit him was specially designed. It had barbs, so once it lodged into flesh, it couldn't be removed without professional tools. The harder you pulled, the deeper it went. But that wasn't the best part. The arrowhead, it had been smeared with feces. Why feces? Infection. In this weather, without heating or a properly functioning medical system, a wound contaminated with filth-like that could only mean one outcome if not treated quickly: severe infection, and perhaps worse. This wasn't an act of rage. I had carefully calculated a way to send him on a slow and painful path to death. One shot was enough. I didn't need to follow up. When he crawled back home, his mother and sister hoisted his trembling body onto the couch, his pale face turned down, rump in the air with the bolts still lodged in place. He begged them to call for an ambulance. No one picked up. He told them to report it to the police. The line was dead. And that's when the real issue finally began to surface. The emergency services of this world were no longer picking up the phone. There lay Hu Xiangdong, shaking from both the cold and the pain, his mother and sister helpless and panicked. The old thug's playbook, intimidation, shamelessness, and strength in numbers, suddenly held no value in his current circumstances. Meanwhile, the soft target he assumed I was? I was probably still lounging in my chair, waiting to see how it all played out. That one bolt I fired? Worth every bit of it. The barbs on the bolt meant it couldn't simply be yanked out. After fumbling with a medical kit, his mother and sister sterilized a small knife with a cheap bottle of alcohol and made an attempt to remove it. Blood mixed with tears and screams. It took about an hour of fumbling and cutting before Hu finally blacked out from the pain. By then, the residents' group chat was buzzing. Neighbors had started sharing the video of the scene, and old grievances against Hu were flooding out. Rambling comments about how he was always a bully but, in the end, turned out to be nothing more than a paper tiger. Just one bolt had him down for good. I wasn't reading the chat though. I'd long since tossed my phone aside. I was focused on something else entirely, understanding every inch of this building. 50 drones shot out from my apartment window, spreading into every hallway of every floor, weaving a silent, intricate web. These drones were equipped for the long haul, wireless charging, extended battery life. The feed they sent back went straight to the control panel. On screen, the hallways of 8th building lit up one by one, quiet and desolate. It was like I was watching a hollow shell. Snow blocked the roads outside, and everyone was huddled inside, their windows secured tightly. This was just the beginning. The duct tape blocked the door, and no one wanted to step outside. Most residents huddled under their blankets, scrolling through their phones, unable to go anywhere. I slipped on my flight goggles and guided the Queen Bee drone to patrol each floor, footage playing frame by frame until I stopped at one particular room on the 4th floor. Zhang Mengyao and Yu Qingtong were curled up on the same bed, wrapped tightly in blankets, sitting back to back. When did these two end up together? Back then, I didn't know all the details about what was going on with Yu Qingtong. She had found a clue earlier and intended to unlock a door, but the locksmith couldn't make it because of the heavy snow. She had no choice but to inspect the entire building. When she returned to the 1st floor, she discovered Zhang Mengyao standing in the doorway, nearly frozen stiff. After leaving earlier, Zhang Mengyao had made a series of phone calls, offered up to 5,000 yuan for a taxi without success, and found no help. The hotels claimed the roads were impassable. After stepping outside briefly, she was nearly toppled by the combination of wind and snow. Caught between advancing or turning back, she stood in the corridor, helpless and exhausted. When the two encountered each other, Yu Qingtong identified herself and told Zhang Mengyao to wait. Then, she returned to the crime scene. Everyone else had already left. Only Xiao Wang remained, shivering in the cold. Cars couldn't come through, and there was nothing else to investigate. With no other options, she set up police tape, gathered both Xiao Wang and Zhang Mengyao, and temporarily settled in an elderly ladies' unit who lived alone in the building. That evening, Zhang Mengyao spilled the beans about me having killed someone. Although Yu Qingtong had her suspicions, confirming it still shocked her, not because of the act itself, but because of the weapon. That level of precision. Where on earth had I gotten a sniper rifle? Her biggest problem now wasn't motive, it was timing. The weather didn't allow for any rash action. Any sudden moves would only alert her target. She had no choice but to wait. And so she waited, and waited some more, until a drone appeared outside the window. My voice came through its speakers. Need any help? Yu Qingtong hesitated for less than a second. A response was already on the tip of her tongue, but she forced it back down. She couldn't afford to let me know who she really was. Still bundled in her blanket, she looked up at the hovering drone with a straight face and uttered just 2 words. No need. Her tone was calm, as if she was just an ordinary resident trying to get rid of a nosy neighbor. She simply said, "Just mind your business." But the drone outside the window didn't leave immediately. Sitting on the other end of the screen, I had already gotten a clear view of both their faces. In the brutal, -70-degree weather, the people downstairs were still clearing snow. I glanced out at them casually from my balcony. It didn't stir much of a reaction. Residents from the 1st floor were stuck at their doorway, a handful of others attempting to shovel snow with trembling hands barely able to hold their tools. Whatever small patch of ground they managed to clear was quickly buried under fresh snowfall within 30 minutes. At this temperature, without professional cold weather gear, even the thickest winter coat could only provide about half an hour of protection. This wasn't disaster relief. It was wasting lives for a fleeting sense of comfort. The driving force behind this effort? Auntie Zhang, a community committee member who incessantly preached unity, duty, and avoiding creating troubles for the country in the residents' group chat. However, none of the people shoveling snow downstairs were sent by her or the property management team. They were all simply hoodwinked regular residents, manipulated by her relentless messages. Scrolling through the group chat logs, I spotted a message from a resident mentioning an elderly person with a fever and the emergency hotline being perennially busy. Another complained about official channels being overwhelmed and unresponsive. Auntie Zheng's response was eloquent yet detached. It was because poor communities suffered worse during such disasters, and high call volumes led to busy lines. She advised everyone to keep trying and to stay level-headed during tough times. Her words left people speechless. It was hard to argue without seeming ungrateful, yet impossible to feel reassured. I put my phone down, unwilling to read more of it. Turning around, I headed to the dining room, and with a wave, summoned an extravagant meal: filet mignon, Australian lobster, foie gras, black truffle soup, and a bottle of Lafite for good measure. Across the table, four women sat poised, flavoring their meals with quiet finesse, their expressions composed. Outside the window, the blizzard raged on, but the scene inside was quieter than a five-star hotel dining room. By the second day of the apocalypse, life carried on as normal for us. But Auntie Zheng's inbox was far from normal. A message came through from Zhao Ai, frantically pleading for her help. Her son's wound was infected, and he couldn't break his fever. With her warm cup of tea in hand and dressed in padded clothes inside her toasty apartment, Auntie Zheng's reaction was immediate. In this god-awful weather, who's coming out to save you? But what she actually typed read: "Don't worry, I'll help you make some calls." On Zhao Ai's end, her face lit up with joy as she turned to tell her son, "Your Auntie Zheng has connections. You're going to be fine. Don't worry." Her son was Hu Xiangdong, the same man who, the day before, had threatened to enforce measures against me. Now he was pale-faced, bundled in blankets on the sofa, shivering uncontrollably from fever. Upon hearing his mother's words, a flicker of hope lit his eyes before he gritted his teeth and said, "Good. Once I'm better, I'm going to make Lu Feng pay." My thought at the time: a few more days without food would set him straight. I hadn't accounted for the fever lasting that long, although the effect was roughly the same. By the third day of the extreme cold, someone was finally coming for Auntie Zheng. The group chat had descended into chaos, flooded with messages from people feverishly tagging her. Residents running out of food, children struggling with the cold, elderly passing away on the spot. The pleas for help came one after another. But Auntie Zheng had gone radio silent, ignoring them entirely. Leaning back on my sofa, sipping on chilled watermelon juice with my legs crossed, I scanned these messages one by one, feeling exceptionally calm. I already knew how this was going to play out. In a past life, I'd lived in this same building and been duped into this very same mess. Before the extreme cold hit, Auntie Zheng, an established face in the neighborhood, had reassured the group chat, urging people not to hoard supplies, insisting the government would take care of everything. She told everyone to stay calm, stay orderly, and not to add to societal chaos. Most believed her and didn't stock up. Now, on the third day, families with limited stores had nothing left. The relentless cold began to take its toll, claiming the elderly and children one by one. And all these people Auntie Zheng had misled were now desperate and furious. And naturally, they were coming to settle the score with her. Aunt Zheng disappeared for the entire morning. By afternoon, she suddenly returned. Not only did she come back, but she also brought an official notice and posted it in the group chat, tagging everyone. The notice's main point was, the disaster has hit hard. Supply distribution points have been established, and residents are advised to go and collect supplies themselves. The group chat, which had been full of people cursing Aunt Zheng's entire ancestry just moments ago, suddenly fell silent. Aunt Zheng had impeccable timing. She took her time and finally said, "You people have no patience at all. I spent the whole morning running around trying to secure resources for you. And what did you do? You sat here bad-mouthing me behind my back. I saw who was cursing me. Not one of you will get supplies unless you apologize first." Someone raised a concern. The nearest distribution point is still 2 kilometers away. With this heavy snow, we can't even get out. How are we supposed to collect anything? Aunt Zheng had clearly anticipated this question. She replied confidently, "No need to go anywhere. I've already contacted the higher-ups. A batch of supplies will be delivered directly to our doorsteps within 2 to 3 days. It'll include medicine, and even doctors will come along." Which other community is getting this level of treatment? As soon as she said this, the mood in the group instantly shifted. Those who'd been the loudest in cursing her just moments ago suddenly scrambled to apologize, fearing Aunt Zheng would hold a grudge and cut them out. Some started calling her a lifesaver, others saying the entire community relied on her. There were even a few who flattered her, calling her kind-hearted and beautiful, showering her with praise. I put down my mug and let out a cold laugh. She took the bait. The real move came next. Aunt Zheng waited until the group calmed down completely before dropping her second bombshell. Considering that the supplies won't arrive for another 2 to 3 days, and some families have already run out of food, the organization has given instructions for the neighborhood committee to temporarily collect all food from the households and redistribute it equally to ensure that everyone gets to eat. Then she added, "I'll be going door to door later to collect, so please get your food ready." This series of moves, I've seen it firsthand in my past life. First, you use the official notice to create a sense of order. In times of desperation, people's biggest fear is that there's no authority left in charge. The moment they feel the officials are still in control, they fall in line. Then, riding on that newfound sense of reassurance, you introduce the food collection plan under the guise of fair distribution. It sounds equitable, it sounds organized, but, in reality, it's all about consolidating the food supply under her control. What she knows, and they don't, is this: the government isn't coming. That batch of supplies she promised? It will never arrive. 2 or 3 days from now, they'll have nothing. But by then, all the food in the neighborhood will already be stored in her home. Last time, my family got taken in too. They even took some of our food. It sped up the downfall of my timeline. But this time, I'm staying out of it. These people have bought from me before, only to turn around and insult me, shame me, gang up against me. Now, let them figure out their own consequences. Still, not everyone in the group was so easily fooled. In Building 10, there's a woman named Yang Qin. Right before the severe cold hit, she happened to catch a sale at the supermarket and brought home a large haul of supplies. Several neighbors saw her at the time. With Aunt Zheng going door to door, Yang Qin had no chance of avoiding her. Naturally, she was the first to stand up and object in the chat. Every household is struggling to get by already. If you take our food, how are we supposed to survive? With someone setting the tone, another person named Ho Jun quickly chimed in. Things are already bad enough. Taking away food from people, this is just going too far. 2 people had spoken up, but Aunt Zheng hadn't responded yet. I placed my phone on the table and leaned back in my chair. Interesting. I recall from my past life that these two didn't end up very well later on. Aunt Zheng isn't the type to play soft. With control over the allocation of so-called supplies and her supposed connection to the outside world, even if that connection is entirely fabricated, this confined neighborhood is effectively her domain. Those who dare challenge her head-on, when the actual supplies arrive, or don't, even if it's late, do you think she won't find a way to retaliate? The tug-of-war in this group chat is just beginning. When Aunt Zheng posted that notice, she genuinely believed she had the upper hand. She played 2 cards. 1, the claim of leadership authorization, and 2, control over future supply distribution. The former inspires fear, while the latter prompts calculation. Against ordinary neighbors, these 2 cards are usually enough. Yang Qin got called out. Her son has plans to take the civil service exam, and Aunt Zheng was holding that weak spot over her head. After hesitating for a long time, Yang Qin eventually gave in and handed over her supplies. Others in the group followed suit. Moral condemnation, collective pressure, vague threats. The combination works particularly well in a small, enclosed community. Then Aunt Zheng pointed the spotlight at me. She presented me with a special offer: hand over my food voluntarily, and she'd help plead my case, ensuring I faced less jail time. Zhao Auntie, messaging her privately, fumed and insisted she couldn't let me off the hook, calling me a little brat. Aunt Zheng calmly reassured her, saying, "Don't worry, it's just a stalling tactic to get the food first. Once he's got nothing to eat or drink, he'll get what's coming to him." Zhao Auntie practically gnawed her teeth in frustration, saying it'd be best if I starved to death. The two of them took turns performing their act, then tossed a proposal into the group. If I handed over my supplies, Zhao Auntie would sign a letter of forgiveness, settle things with money, and close the matter. It wasn't the worst attempt at drama. The others in the group lit up. After all, word had gotten around that I'd stocked up on quite a bit. If they could get it redistributed, the community could hold out for a few more days. In response, I typed a single line, not even 4 words. Don't give me that crap. No one's taking a single thing from me. If they've got guts, they can come to my place and try. The group exploded. Aunt Zheng was so mad her hands shook. She couldn't understand. How could I stand firm against her when the entire community supported her? This was the court of public opinion. How could I resist? But there's one thing Aunt Zheng doesn't know. I have no intention of cooperating and no intention of exposing her. At least, not yet. The reason is simple. Aunt Zheng's little scheme is actually helping me accomplish something I couldn't do myself. All those neighbors who harassed me, condemned me, and ganged up on me when the disaster hit, they're now being drained of their food stores by Aunt Zheng, one household at a time. I don't need to lift a finger. All I have to do is watch. Once the food's gone, and with temperatures at 30 below zero, there's only one possible outcome. There's no need for me to say more. If I tip my hand too soon, Aunt Zheng might stop her collection. That would be inconvenient. For now, Aunt Zheng has decided not to keep pressing me. Hu Xiong. The unresolved matter with Dong was still looming over her, and she knew exactly what consequences awaited if she ventured out. Throwing out a single line. The supplies are here, but none are for you. She turned her back and busied herself elsewhere. Over the next 2 days, she went door to door, trying to convince others to hand over their supplies. Some refused to answer their doors entirely, while others, trying to appear cooperative, handed over small, token amounts. Then there were the exceptionally honest and straightforward ones, like Annie Zheng, who took her every word at face value, hauling out all her stored grains, box after box, believing that she'd receive double the amount in return when the promised supplies arrived in 2 or 3 days. Of course, there were others she didn't dare approach at all. Take Tang Hailong from Building 6. He had a band of 10 tough guys under him and dealt in real estate. He didn't regard her as anything more than a bug on the windshield. Then there was Sun Xiang, the rich, spoiled heir living in Building 7. She only dared steal a glance at him from afar before scurrying away. By the end, Auntie Zheng and her son, Pei Xiaoqiang, sat in their room, surrounded by heaps of bags filled with rice, flour, and assorted snacks. Pei Xiaoqiang tore open a bag of potato chips and shoved a handful into his mouth, grinning as he said, "Mom, we've got enough for a while now." Auntie Zheng watched her son eat with glee, laughing along with him. If we ration this, she thought, it could last us a month. As for the neighbors who had surrendered all their food, she hadn't given that much thought. There was, however, one thing Annie Zheng had not yet told her son Pei Xiaoqiang: news from outside. There was no such thing as supplies arriving in 2 or 3 days. Sipping on a steaming bowl of millet porridge, Zheng scrolled through the barrage of curses flooding her phone screen, unbothered by the hateful words. The harsher the insults, the greater her success. That's how she saw it. From the moment she made up her mind to act, she had accepted the price. Her reputation was a luxury she could no longer afford. This snowstorm had been a signal from day one. The authorities doing an airdrop of resources was already an extraordinary effort. There was no room for them to go door to door saving anyone. If you wanted to survive, you had to figure it out on your own. Some relied on aggression, others on begging, and Zheng? She depended on her persuasive words and the blind trust of her building's residents. She told her son, "Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, block the door. They'll come for us eventually." With his head bowed, Pei Xiaoqiang wolfed down the food without a word. At the apartment's entrance, a barricade of sofas and side tables already stood stoutly against potential intrusions. It was hard to believe, just 3 days ago, she'd been seated in their building's online community group chat, radiating warmth and sincerity, proposing to gather everyone's food supplies for fair and organized distribution once government aid arrived. On the first day, residents offered their stocks, eagerly awaiting updates. On the second day, impatience grew. When someone finally dared to ask for an update, Auntie Zheng's reply was a breezy, "Still tallying everything." Just hang tight. As the sun dipped below the horizon, she added, I overexerted myself moving items yesterday and caught a fever. Gonna rest after taking some meds, and I'll handle it. By the third day, silence. The group chat transitioned from hopeful anticipation to skepticism, from skepticism to outright rage, and finally to profanity so elaborate it could have launched someone's ancestors into the afterlife. Those who had originally defended her, suggesting she might be unconscious from her fever, finally saw her for who she was. Meanwhile, chaos had erupted in the Zhao household. Huang Guifan sat in the living room, pointing an accusatory finger at her husband, Zhao Dafu, her voice shrill as she yelled, I told you not to hand anything over, but you wouldn't listen. And look what happened now. Everything's gone. Fooled like a damn idiot. Zhao Dafu sat on the couch, puffing on a cigarette, his face darkened and twisted in frustration. He said nothing in his defense. He had, after all, voluntarily hauled all their supplies to Annie Zheng's place. She had always been charismatic, a talented dancer, and a smooth talker, and he believed her completely. But Huang Guifan wasn't about to let him off easily. Her tirade shifted tones, her words dripping with sarcasm as she muttered, Some people just can't resist a fancy-acting old woman. Pathetic. Bang. The coffee table took the brunt of Zhao Dafu's anger as his hand slammed against it. Sometimes the anger isn't because it's untrue, it's because someone said it out loud. His explosive response said it all. What followed wasn't worth detailing. Huang Guifan devolved into dramatic hysterics, rolling on the ground and crying. Zhao Digang tried to play peacemaker between them. All the while, their makeshift home descended into a bleak circus, a soap opera full of misfortune. In the bedroom, Zhao Lily huddled under a blanket, her stomach growling as the arguments outside gave her a pounding headache. The baby started crying again. Annoyed, she got out of bed, broke half of a sleeping pill, dissolved it in orange drink powder, and held it up to the child's lips. The baby. Meanwhile, as I skimmed a message that just appeared, my gaze drifted towards the corner of my room. There, a dog cage sat, empty. I replied with 4 simple words, I'll think about it. On the other hand, Zhao Lily had already jumped out of bed. She had no idea how long I'd been staring at that cage, smiling. She only knew that I had finally given her the green light. As long as she showed up at that doorway tonight, everything she wanted, the mansion, the luxury car, helping her brother marry, could all be hers again. She believed all those things were only temporarily out of her reach. As for the child, she had her scapegoat ready. It was all that man's fault, not hers. Not long after the crying stopped, she was already picking out what to wear tonight. The problem is, everyone has their own schemes. Zhao Dafu pulled his wife and son into a private room, shutting the door behind them. His first words were, Didn't you notice something's off outside? Auntie Zheng tricked the entire building out of their supplies. What did that mean? It meant the government had already thrown in the towel. Society was unraveling, law and order falling apart. Even if Lu Feng, a former acquaintance, out of nostalgia, offered them some food, how long could they stretch that out? Zhao Dafu's logic was simple. Relying on the charity of others wasn't a sustainable plan. When Lily gets that door open, we follow her in and take control. The big apartment, the food storages, it'll all be ours. Zhao Digang froze for a moment before blurting, But that's illegal. Zhao Dafu ignored him. At this stage, was there even a law left to break? Little did anyone know, the key to their plan, Zhao Lily herself, was now carefully drawing her eyebrows, plotting how to send her parents away so she could have the apartment all to herself. 3 separate schemes, 3 separate goals, all set to converge at the same door. And behind that door, the dog cage sat empty, waiting. I never thought you'd one day reach out to me first. She curled up on the bed, her hair a tangled mess, her nose flushed red from the cold. The glow of her phone screen lit her pale face, and her fingers hovered over the screen, writing and deleting a few words, again and again. Outside, the snow kept falling, heavier than the night before. The cold draft sneaking in through the window cracks felt as though it were burrowing into her very bones. She thought she could hold on. When she left my warm, spacious apartment, she had been so sure of herself, confident even. The snow has to stop eventually, she had told herself. There was no need to lower her head and beg. But the snow didn't stop. The food supply was running out. The elderly man who had taken them and passed away last night from a cold-induced heart attack. And now, Yu Qingtong had developed a fever and collapsed into unconsciousness. At this point, pride was a luxury she could no longer afford. Brother Lu, can I come stay with you? Name your terms. I'll do anything. My response came almost instantly. What do you think this is? You think you can leave whenever you want and come crawling back just as easily. Zhang Mingyao's eyes reddened with tears that threatened to freeze on her face. She wiped them brusquely with the back of her hand, clenched her teeth, and kept typing. With every word, she humbled herself further, her pleas on the screen gradually taking on an air of desperation. I paused for a moment before asking, "How's Yu Qingtong?" It wasn't a question about her. It was about Yu Qingtong. A leaden sense of unease sank into Zhang Mingyao's chest, though she didn't have the luxury of dwelling on it. Dutifully, she described Yu Qingtong's condition: high fever, unconsciousness. Per my request, she even sent over a video. In the video, Yu Qingtong's face was flushed bright red, her breathing labored and shallow. She lay there completely still. That was when I called her directly via video. Zhang Mingyao answered, and the first thing she saw was me, lounging in delicate silk pajamas. Behind me, the soft glow of warm lighting in my spacious apartment was unmistakable. Just these few seconds alone nearly brought her to tears. "Are you sure you want to come to me?" I asked, my lips curling up in a faint smile. "Yes, I'm sure," Zhang Mingyao answered without hesitation. That smile of mine sent a chill down her spine, one she couldn't fully find words to describe. But compared to the cold, the hunger, the quiet despair gnawing at her reality, she couldn't afford to overthink it. I told her to bring Yu Qingtong along and to ring the doorbell when they arrived. It was only then that Zhang Mingyao hesitated and mentioned something. Yu Qingtong's companion, a man named Xiao Wang, was also still here. She wasn't sure if he would tag along. Besides, Yu Qingtong also knew about the time I killed the property manager. The line went silent for a few seconds. "You told her, didn't you?" "I did." Her voice shrank to a whisper, unable to lift her head. "Figure out how to deal with Xiao Wang. That's your problem." With that, I hung up. I tossed my phone onto the couch and grabbed a hefty swallow of chilled soda from the cup in my hand. My gaze wandered up toward the ceiling as I slowly muttered under my breath, "Well, Zhang Mingyao, let's see how you repay me." There was no anger in my tone, not a trace of fury, nor much emotion at all. The truth is, I've never really cared about Zhang Mingyao. Whether she came back or not made no difference to me. What stirred me to action wasn't her, it was Yu Qingtong. I wasn't about to let someone like her, someone I hadn't even had the chance to appreciate, perish helplessly in some cold, God-forsaken room. As for Zhang Mingyao exposing that murder I committed, that debt could wait. I'd make sure it was settled. Meanwhile, the residents' group chat was buzzing. Ji Mingli from Building 2 posted an offer to buy supplies. $1,000 for a single bottle of water, basic staples like rice and flour starting at the same price, fruits going straight into the tens of thousands. Sun Xiang followed up with a similar price list, even adding a premium tag on cigarettes. The group boiled with chatter. Several residents, those who had secretly withheld supplies before, were tempted. They began calculating how much they could sell to make a profit, figuring they could always replenish from the government's resource center 2 miles away. What none of them paused to question, though, was whether that resource center even existed anymore, or how much longer this snowstorm would last. To sell off their last bit of food, what would they rely on to make it through the journey in the end? Some people just don't believe they're in a dire situation until they hit rock bottom. Downstairs, Zhao Dafu was in the middle of slapping a young guy on the back with a forceful hand, shouting confidently, "They can't catch all of us. Who's going to come out in this hellish weather to police us? Relax and live a little." The snow outside never relented. I sat on my bed for a long time. The incessant winds and snowfall hammered against the windows, their sound a relentless crackle and thud. My thoughts, though, weren't with the storm. I was working through a completely different problem, the growing impatience building around someone who had walked away from me, only to betray me straight afterward. Sure, I hadn't fully vented that frustration yet, but something else stared me in the face: survival. This house simply couldn't sustain this many people. The food was finite. Wrapping myself more tightly in my clothes, I stepped into the living area. Xiao Wang was in the kitchen, stirring a pot of porridge. "Brother Wang, do you want Yu Qingtong to recover?" Xiao Wang paused. The feelings he had for Yu Qingtong were painfully obvious to everyone in the building, except for Yu Qingtong herself. I had seen it too. It was precisely because I saw it that I knew how to use it. I mentioned that I had a friend in Old District Building 2 who could spare some fever-reducing pills. Xiao Wang grew hesitant. Reaching the Old District by foot would mean braving the unrelenting snowstorm and freezing temperatures. So, I added, Brother Wang, just think. If you bring back medicine and save her, won't she see you as her knight in shining armor? Where else would you ever find an opportunity like this? A spark ignited in his eyes. And in my mind, I said the words he would never hear. She'll never see you the same. She doesn't belong in your world. I understand her better than you ever could. I was doing him a favor, really. Strictly speaking, I wasn't lying. The old lady who used to own this apartment had hoarded supplies. It was almost absurd how much. The cabinets overflowed with bags of rice and grains. One person could ration it for over a month, easily. With 3 of us here, though, making it last was a challenge. With one less person, we could stretch it significantly further. Xiao Wang wasn't thinking about any of that. He was picturing Yu Qingtong's expression when she woke up, saw the fever medication, and perhaps, even just for a moment, acknowledged his effort with gratitude. All right, I'll do it. Once the doors shut behind him, with the raging storm sealed outside, I stood still in the same spot. I was scheming something entirely different. The building had no friends to rely on, nor was there any fever medicine available.